Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 4 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner.
Here.
Councilmember Dish.
Here.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here.
Councilmember Song.
Here.
Councilmember Grand.
Here.
Councilmember Redina.
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Iyer.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Councilmember Briggs.
Here.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Redina, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I was gonna try and shuffle some things around, but after talking with our administrator, I'm going to pass on that. I just wanted to point out that there's some of the ARPA funding amendments that are coming forward and potential changes to the way that money's allocated could also impact potentially the conversation around 350 South Fifth. I have an amendment that's coming forward to trying to send more money to the Housing Commission for affordable housing acquisition. And so just wanted to point that out. When one may affect the other, hopefully in a positive way.
Further discussion of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
No, sir.
Thank you. We now come to, we now have an introduction from the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, our monthly update from Chair Dr. Lisa Jackson. Dr. Jackson, you have the con.
Mayor Dr. Jackson is joining us via Zoom.
Thank you.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lisa Jackson, and I'm the chair of Ann Arbor's Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. At our most recent meeting, our commission passed a traffic transparency resolution. We joined the Human Rights Commission and the Transportation Commission in asking council to make all data related to traffic stops public going forward. In addition to giving civilians more insight into what's going on in their communities, transparent access to these data will enable our commission to work more effectively with the police on behalf of the communities we serve. We also want to lift up and support ARPA funding at the full $3.5 million that City Administrator Dohoney suggested in his plan. We do not support the shifting of funds as noted in Amendment 4. While ongoing support for unarmed response from the marijuana excise tax seems to be an appropriate use of those funds, it's our understanding that a permanent allocation in that way should come at the general budget discussions. I'm also aware that much of that funding is currently being used for diversion programs, but I want to emphasize that an unarmed crisis response would be a much better use of those funds. The research is clear. While sure, there's an occasional success story, most people who enter treatment under threat of incarceration do not fare as well as those who get services voluntarily. Further, the threat of arrest, but promise of later expungement, still ensnares people in the criminal legal system, which is contrary to true diversion. We should be diverting people from the criminal legal system at the front end, not after they're already entangled in it. The mission should be to provide public safety with care and dignity to every member of our community. That must be accomplished with behavioral health specialists, housing agencies, and others, including those with lived experiences. The law enforcement perspective on social services has clearly not been working, and everyone in this community deserves to be safe with no exception. This evening, I want to take a step back, though, from looking at just police oversight and talk about data and the way we use it in the city. As many of you know, my professional background is in behavioral neuroscience, and like all scientists, I carry with me a very specific method of delving into subjects I'm curious about. First, I gather up everything already known about the subject, and I do research into what experts in the field have figured out. Next, I come up with a hypothesis, which is a prediction based on what's already known. Then I test my hypothesis by running an experiment and seeing whether the data I'm getting back support my hypothesis or not. And finally, I update that hypothesis based on the results of my experiment, and I begin the process all over again. The key to this process, also known as the scientific method, is that when I have a question about the world, I don't just jump in and see what there is to find. Instead, I come up with a very specific hypothesis about the world and test it to see if it can be validated. Doing things in this way means that I get immediate feedback on whether my hypothesis is accurate or if it isn't. But one thing that never happens is me trying to figure out my question while I'm in the middle of an investigation. That would be looking for a problem to solve on the premise that one must exist, and that would be bad science. When I look at the way that the city has performed its investigations in the past, I unfortunately see a lot of bad science. Two great examples of this are the two previous traffic stop reports that were commissioned by the city, one from the Dolan Group in 2017 and the other from Lambert in 2014. Both reports were presumably commissioned on the basis that traffic stop discrimination exists in our city, an insight derived after the lived experiences of people in our community became visible enough for council to notice. Both reports ultimately concluded, though, that there was no pattern of discrimination in our traffic stops. These conclusions are curious because both reports actually produced statistically significant data that showed that there was discrimination in who got stopped and that people of color were stopped more than others. So what led to these contradictory outcomes? The assumptions made by the consulting groups do not reflect the values of this city. The Lambert's report writes that the baseline was for Black drivers to be discriminated against about 1.5 times as often as white drivers. That was their baseline. As one of my colleagues on the Human Rights Commission pointed out, if you're Black, being stopped 1.5 times more often than other people is decidedly not acceptable. Not anywhere, but especially not in Ann Arbor. But that's what happens when we don't preface our research with time spent figuring out what values are important to us. Consultants who don't understand our community dictate to us that the problems we see, the ones we observe every day, aren't really real because they didn't go into their work actually understanding what constitutes a problem to us. Fixing that and getting the most out of taxpayer money we spend hiring expensive consultants in the future ultimately comes down to taking the time to synthesize a hypothesis about the problems we face and then allowing that hypothesis to guide our investigations. Only then can our findings inform our understanding in a meaningful way. Whether we're talking about racial equity, police oversight, or how to create a more sustainable city, one thing remains true. The only way to dismantle systems of bad outcomes is with good science. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We now come to a set of public speakers, public commentary reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers at public comment reserve time have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Whether here in the chambers or on the phone, our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Adrian Ashtari.
Okay. Do I just start whenever?
Whenever you like, sir.
Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. My name is Adrian. I'm a student at the University of Michigan School of Public Health, and I'm here today to speak on agenda item DS2 and the unarmed response from the administrator's memo. But before getting into all of that, I want to step back for a second. You see, the past 2 years, I've had the honor and privilege of serving the Ann Arbor and Michigan communities through public health research and my work as a medical assistant. And one of the things that I've realized is one of the lasting effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is this challenge of trust. I've worked with individuals who don't feel comfortable accessing emergency services during critical times due to fear of escalation, due to fear of violence, due to fear of their own safety. This fear is real. It is for this reason an alternative that is needed that can ensure that an individual is able to feel safe, one that is unarmed, one that the community can trust. After seeing the results of the community survey of ARPA funds, I'm glad and unsurprised to see that the community is in support of an unarmed response. I'm pleased with the recommendation of funds from Interim City Administrator Dahoney regarding unarmed response, and I'm calling in support of City Council to approve the full amount of funds and to implement an unarmed non-police response plan following the CROWS plan endorsed by over 30 orgs in Washtenaw County. I'm here because I want what all of you want, the well-being and safety of our community. This challenge of trust is real. It's not going away anytime soon. The need for an unarmed, non-police response is real. I'm confident that the approval of the full amount of funds and the implementation of an unarmed, non-police response plan will be an extremely positive first step to healing our community and ensuring the safety of each and every Ann Arbor citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Pike.
Hi, everybody. As usual, my public speaking anxiety is through the roof, so here we go. Regarding DS2, I just want to voice my support for the ARPA funding priorities as recommended by city staff following what I thought was really good public process on this. I'm super happy that we're getting this money, and I feel like the city has done a great job of engaging residents to apportion it well. Regarding the amendments to it that may be proposed, I'll take them in order. The first amendment, it seems like that's probably not even going to be put forward now that I've talked to some folks about it. So, but yeah, I hope it's not even put forward, and if it is, I hope people don't support it. The second amendment to earmark some of the subsidized housing property acquisition funds for supportive services that would be provided for residents of subsidized housing seems reasonable to me. It seems wise to fund that whole system well, so I hope you'll support that amendment. The third amendment, earmarking some of the arts funds for something related, but that one, I hope that you won't support that because it feels like going against the original intent of the folks who asked for that funding. And the fourth amendment to reduce the allocation of unarmed emergency response and then increase the allocation for coordinated funding support and then backfill that shift with marijuana excise tax money from the state. That seems bad to me, mostly because it doesn't end up explaining what we'd lose at the end of that shuffling of funds. It seems like there's a confusing absence of transparency there. I'm sure that there's some kind of logic behind it, but it's certainly not intuitively obvious to me, and I hope council will just reject that amendment. So that's it. Mostly I just want to voice my appreciation for the hard work of city staff on this and the city administrator, and thanks. Good to see you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker today is Aidan Sova.
Mayor, Mr. Sofa is on the Zoom call.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 986, go ahead. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. My name is Aidan Sova. I'm an Ann Arbor resident and member of the Human Rights Commission. I'm writing today very pointedly to discuss the dispersion of ARPA funds as it relates to the UBI pilot for here in our city. For a bit of context, I'm sure that you're going to have many speakers who discuss the stats and their perspectives with poverty in an academic sense. And today I'm here to illustrate what it would do in a personal sense. For me, I was raised in a low-income, single-parent household where each year it was celebrated if we were to cross the $10,000 mark in terms of our salary and what we were able to live off of. And as such, I was made acutely aware of the effects of marginalization, disenfranchisement, and the genuine horrors that come along with poverty. As an example, each day I would walk to school because I had no access to transportation, and in so, I would sit and contemplate on these walks how me as an 8-year-old was going to help come up with the rent that day. And I would sit in class, and when I would leave school, there was violence that would surround me in these dilapidated streets, all of which I was just praying legitimately for $10, $20 so that I was able to afford lunch and food, and so that my mother and I, in her tireless work, would be able to stay afloat for maybe the next hour, maybe the next day. And of which I'm here to say that $500 per year would have been a life-changing amount of money to which both my mother and I and people like us could have benefited from. And I'm here to say today that $500 a month would give people in Ann Arbor who have only known disenfranchisement and the underserved would be able to have a new lease on life and opportunity as we consider the use of these ARPA funds. I am completely supportive of UBI, and I'm hopeful that City Council does the same. And even more so, I think we owe it to our underserved to at least try. Projecting years from now, should this be a colossal failure, which I do not believe that it would be, we owe it to our community members who are disenfranchised to do every bit of due diligence in trying. Because I think this could be the poverty solution that we so frequently talk about. And I think that when we are thinking of these solutions, it's
30 seconds.
a very theoretical framework that we will be able to implement today, right now. I'm hugely appreciative of all of your time, and I hope that you consider passing the UBI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arya Shugat.
Caller with the phone number ending in 145. You can press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I'm here to talk about the S2 and the amendments put forth. The ARPA money needs to be used to strengthen the communities hit hardest by the pandemic. I suspect some of you go to bed at night dreaming of more cars on the road, but it would be a tragic waste of resources to go forward with amendments 1 and 4, when that financial support could be used for those most in need as well as for unarmed responders. Most cities in this country use the police to displace and harass vulnerable people of the homeless community, and it needs to stop. Let's be an example on treating this community with respect and dignity. Affordable housing is good, but ultimately we need universal basic income and community-centered support for those who wish it. Delonis is underfunded and understaffed, and they can't solve this problem alone. People have turned to drugs and alcohol to cope with their situations, and they need compassion and support, not belittlement and disdain. These are the programs, we can fund the programs that we need to tackle the distinct problems the city is facing, and we need them yesterday. This is your best chance to course correct with the money provided. Vote no on amendments 1 and 4. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharef Ahmed Karabti.
Caller with the phone number ending in 070. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Okay, hi. Yeah, my name is Sharif Kropsky. I live in Ward 3 and am a member of the Ann Arbor Tenancy Union. I've lived in Ann Arbor for the past 5 years. I'm here to speak on agenda item DS2 in the Unarmed Non-Police Response Program from the Administrator's memo, but also want to voice support for other line items such as UBI, housing for homeless households, affordable housing, and water service line replacement. Additionally, I want to voice my opposition to Amendment 1, which would take away funding from the Universal Basic Income Pilot Program our community has voted for and give it to road repairs. Like UBI, our community voted to fund an unarmed response program, which was reflected in Administrator Dehoney's final recommendation. I am happy and unsurprised by the support this proposal has received. I'm calling on City Council to approve the full amount of funds and implement an unarmed non-police response program following the CROWS plan endorsed by over 30 organizations in Washtenaw County. As a social worker and member of the tenants union, I have seen the harm of sending police into situations that should be handled by mental health professionals, de-escalators, conflict mediators, and other types of care-based safety. We know that a punitive and armed response to nonviolent situations only makes the problem worse and is unaligned with our values as a community. We all know someone whose life has been negatively impacted by the criminal justice system. There are members of both sides of my family who have been arrested, jailed, and imprisoned. They're not inherently bad people, just folks in need of resources and support from the people and communities who care about them to mitigate harm, prevent violence, and meaningfully change behavior. We need to approach people prioritizing not what crimes they've committed, but the resources they need. This unarmed response program will help us care for each other and move away from the cycle of violence that we've been perpetuating on this country for hundreds of years and on this world for thousands. Thank you so much. I know as a council, you'll strive to work for care, safety, and dignity for all, and we'll do the right thing by approving the full $3.5 million of ARPA funds towards unarmed non-police response, when then working to implement the CROWS plan to build a better Ann Arbor for every single one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd Ziegler.
Mr. Ziegler?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, we can.
Hi. Hi, my name is Todd Ziegler, and I'm a resident of Ann Arbor's 5th Ward. I'm here to speak on agenda item DS2 and the Unarmed Non-Police Response Program. I fully support the recommendation of funds from Interim City Administrator Dehoney regarding unarmed non-police response, and I urge City Council to approve the full $3.5 million of ARPA funds to implement an unarmed non-police response plan following the CROWS plan that has been endorsed by over 30 organizations in Washtenaw County. We know that police can cause significant harm to communities, and there are many examples in Ann Arbor where incidents responded by force and armed personnel would be much better solved with a supportive, non-punitive, care-based, and trauma-informed approach. When I moved to Ann Arbor in 2012, the first person I met was an armed, on-duty police officer who had been called to my new home by a neighbor who was suspicious of our arrival. Personally, as a straight, white, cisgender, and able-bodied male, I had little reason to fear for my safety. But had I not held these identities, and had I been suffering from a mental health crisis, I cannot help but wonder how I may have been treated much differently. The comprehensive plan developed by CROWS includes a mechanism to match the right resources to the needs of our community. This proposal saves a significant amount of money that could potentially be used for critical investments in affordable housing and food security, which has been shown to increase safety and prevent violence. This proposal also expands our concept of public safety while preventing unnecessary carceral involvement and its associated harm. I believe that elected officials need to center those who are most impacted by police, namely Black, brown, disabled, and neurodivergent people. Today, we have the opportunity to do just that by creating a new culture of safety in our community and by providing the resources and the funding necessary to do so. I urge City Council to approve the full $3.5 million of ARPA funds towards unarmed, non-police response, then working to implement the CROWS plan to build a better and safer Ann Arbor for everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak today. I appreciate how our City Council strives to work for the care, safety, and dignity of everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Lopez.
Caller with the phone number ending in 458, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello and good evening to Ann Arbor City Council members. My name is Dr. William Lopez, and I'm a professor at the University of Michigan School of Public Health. With my partner, our 2 children, and our newly acquired pandemic pup, we have called Ann Arbor home for over 12 years. I'm here to speak on agenda item DS2. As a member of our Latino community, a public health professional, and a parent raising children in this city, I want to voice my support for universal basic income and unarmed non-police emergency response programs. I encourage you to support both these programs, as each draws on research, advocacy, imagination, and organizing to help build the type of Ann Arbor that makes us proud to call it home. First, I urge you to support and fully fund universal basic income. For some time, universal basic income was something you may not have even heard of or experienced. But during the pandemic, the federal government put thousands of dollars into each of our pockets, regardless of our income, family size, and work history. What did we do with this money? For many, it was a lifeline, a chance to pay the electric bill while we were unable to work, to make one more payment to a babysitter so we could Zoom into a meeting from home, to buy an ergonomic chair when a bedroom became an office, or perhaps even to order a celebratory dinner with family when shelter-in-place restrictions ended. This direct financial support is one of the most effective tools we have for alleviating poverty and assisting families in meeting their most basic needs. Secondly, I urge you to approve the full $3.5 million recommended American Rescue Plan Act funds for an unarmed, non-police response. I have organized with my immigrant neighbors for a decade in Washtenaw County and have personally observed what research continues to back up. Immigrant communities, like so many others, fear that calling 911 can escalate the situation rather than resolve it. For the immigrant community, the fear is that a 911 call, even for something as simple as a fender bender, can lead to deportation if the police show up on the scene. Other communities worry that police involvement could mean that our young sons will be treated as dangerous older adults, or that our cousins' mental health symptoms, if poorly understood, will be read as aggression. Everyone should have someone to call in an emergency without fear that the situation could turn out worse than when it started. An unarmed non-police response will provide an appropriate set of options, is backed by public health research, and is supported by over 30 organizations in Washtenaw County organized by the Coalition for Re-envisioning Our Safety. I want to close by thanking Council for their efforts. I encourage the city to move courageously toward your values of equality and vote to support a budget that matches these values. Thank you, and have a blessed night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Mr. Stolberg, phone number ending in 534, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor, and I too am calling about the use of the ARPA funds. I'd like to support ICPOC's chair, Dr. Lisa Jackson's request that she made earlier, and I like her statements regarding the scientific method, which I'm going to borrow in a bit. I'd also like to ask that some funds be set aside, significant funds, so that the Housing Commission, Jennifer Hall's department, would have the money to buy the old Y lot from the city for the price of the bond debt, and then relieved of that burden, that financial burden that's being put on that site, the site can be used to provide more affordable units built on that site without having the burden of penciling out by whatever formula is trying to be calculated because of this debt that it has to carry. And we're trying to play some games with the PUD to get a building 50% taller than the D1 maximum height allowed, or put luxury units at that location because it has to pencil out because of this bond debt. So let's take care of that. with the ARPA funds. I'd also like to set some money aside for an outside expert on planning and zoning. We need training. Planning commissioners and city council members have not been trained, and it's clear. It shows. Outside experts have commented. We're getting a lot wrong. Our planning manager gets a lot wrong. If we had better training, we would probably get less wrong. There, like the scientific methods for doing research, there are proper methods for planning and zoning to be carried out for policy. There is criteria for rezoning in our UDC, Unified, but we don't follow our UDC rezoning criteria. There's a process regarding revising some or all of our comprehensive plans. Well, often we don't follow that. Some examples, obviously Lower Town, the Garnet, Lockwood on Jackson Road, Valhalla, an ADU ordinance amendment, and later tonight, TC1. If we were trained well enough to follow the process better, we would have better outcomes, for sure.
30 seconds.
The case of Lower Town, we lost $9 million of affordable housing, perhaps because people weren't trained well, or perhaps for more nefarious reasons. Similarly, we're playing games with PUDs now because people don't understand them well enough. Better training would have helped that, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Moore.
Caller with the phone number ending in 286.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hello, my name is Kelly Moore, and I am a resident of Avalon Housing and live in Ward 1. I also serve as a Board of Trustees for Avalon Housing, in addition to being a member of VOCAL, Avalon's Resident Leadership Council. I am here to talk about the Universal Basic Income, the ARPA funds. I am a mother of 2 sons and have managed to support all of us over the years despite our income limitations. It has not been easy with all the barriers I have faced. As a single mom, I will always prioritize meeting our basic needs over our less urgent needs, such as clothes, transportation needs, and many times my diabetic supplies. I, however, am not alone. As part of being an active member in my community, I see a lot of my neighbors struggling to provide simple needs, which are many times passed over due to the lack of income, inflation, and cost of rent. This has only gotten more difficult with the pandemic. Unreliable, expensive childcare and school schedules, have limited people's ability to keep their jobs because most of my neighbors are single parents. And some of us have health issues that limit our ability to work during the pandemic. Despite not having a lot, my neighbors and I manage our money the best we can, paying rent and making sure food is on the table. Other needs like clothes, daycare, and transportation costs has been put to the side. The day-to-day stress of barely making ends meet takes a toll on our mental and physical health. The UBI pilot comes at a critical time, which many of us need. This extra help will help us get back on our feet. Every public benefit we access has strings attached, bureaucracy to wade through, and things we have to prove. Maintaining public benefits is in and of itself a stressful, time-consuming task, but we are all used to it. The UBI doesn't have the strings attached, and we desperately need this resource. The UBI is a necessity, not a want. Please, I am asking that you maintain your commitment to this and consider the ways in which you can transform many lives, including our economy. We would be able to pay for transportation costs, childcare, clothing, and possibly be able to buy a 30-day bus pass to help us keep our jobs, or for many, find a job. Basic necessities that many people take for granted could now be available to us, the single parent. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brett Jones.
Caller with the phone number 354, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brett Jones, and I'm a social worker who has worked with Avalon Housing's resident data for several years, specifically related to income and entitlement program participation. First, I would like to thank you for supporting $1 million in funding for housing for homeless households, $3.5 million for property acquisition for affordable housing, $1.68 million in additional funding for human services funding support, as well as funding for an unarmed police response, which I hope you will remain committed to funding from the ARPA allocation and rezoning the old bylaw to facilitate an affordable housing development. I'm calling in tonight specifically to speak in support of the Universal Basic Income UBI pilot with ARPA funds for the following reasons. The first is that I believe that this would transform the lives of many of the most vulnerable members of the community. This UBI pilot comes at a critical time when our residents have been deeply impacted by the pandemic, resulting in many unable to work due to unreliable school schedules and a lack of childcare options or their health status. Avalon's community lives at or below, on average, $18,500 per year for a one-person household, or $26,500 for a family of 4. More than half of our residents live on incomes of less than $850 per month. These extra funds will close the gap between struggling to survive and having just enough to relieve the pressure valve on the day-to-day stress of barely making ends meet. This kind of resource is also an opportunity for our families to get some dignified relief in a way they haven't experienced before. The second reason I have is money management. Critics of UBI claim that direct payments to citizens is an extravagance, or that recipients will somehow waste their money on non-essentials. But the evidence shows that this is not true, and that recipients of previous UBI efforts have tended to reinvest the money in necessary basics such as food, housing, and health care. And finally, the third reason is just the universal benefit. These funds would also benefit the community overall, as they will be spent largely within our community on basic necessities. And this UBI pilot is not, however, just about those that receive the funds. It's about our ability to recognize that food, housing, and medical care are human rights. This is an opportunity for our community to take the lead in exploring innovative solutions towards making significant improvements in the community as a whole. Please maintain your commitment to the UBI pilot with ARPA funds. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Nelson.
There's a lot going on that's relevant to people in Ward 4. So this Thursday from 6 to 7:30, the Ann Arbor Police Department is hosting a community meeting for Wards 2, 3, and 4. Access to AAPD Internal Affairs is the presentation. There's information on my website. I think that might be the easiest place to find it, but it's going to be a Zoom meeting, so you need to find the link. Then this next Tuesday, the 12th, there's a walkthrough of the Churchill Downs Park Stormwater Basin project. That's from 5:30 to 6:30. And then a lot of residents around the neighborhood where I live, I know I got one, and I talked to other people on the other side of the park, got it as well. There was a postcard sent out about a playground survey for Almendinger Park. So dig through your junk mail if it might have gotten misplaced. That survey is open until April 15th. I'm excited about renovations happening there. That's a really good park in our city, and it's in Ward 4. Thanks.
Further communications from council. Councilmember Griswold.
First, I'd like to thank the Environmental Commission for unanimously approving the U of M Workforce Housing Resolution. That was referred to a number of commissions, and I expect it to come back to council in May. I also want to thank all the students who have reached out to me, and one student organization has invited me to speak next week on the topic of sustainability. And just a few examples, we've got students that are out protecting the fragmented forest. They were demonstrating peacefully again today. We've got a resolution that was developed by a number of community members as well as council members to protect the pollinators known as Mow May. and a number of students have been advocating for greener buildings. On another topic, unarmed response, twice this weekend I saw a young couple with a toddler sitting at the corner of Huron Parkway and Washtenaw, and they were asking for money for food. And I felt terrible for the young child, and my first reaction was, I need to call 911 and get help for them. And then I thought, no, I don't want to call the police because the child might be put in foster care. And I thought this is a perfect example of where an unarmed response could help this family without getting them into the system and determine what needs they were eligible for. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I spent some kind of emotionally heavy time this week out with the folks that are trying to stop the Concord Pines development. They're taking direct action out there, and they're taking direct action because this body hasn't had the courage to stand up for what's right in this community, and this body, either through willful ignorance or some other method, has failed to understand that despite claiming that there's a climate emergency here in the world and here in the city, we go on with business as usual. We let them cut down trees, and we let them clear cut land, and we don't apply the UDC in a restrictive manner that would be appropriate in these times of crisis. And so I am all on board with these folks who are out there to stop Concord Pines and their direct action, because we failed as a body to protect that. And, you know, we had a lot of freedom fighters in town this weekend. Colin Kaepernick was here. He took a knee. He took a knee for that was his freedom of speech to protest what he felt was wrong in the world. We had the Hash Bash crowd here, and those are freedom fighters too. They stood up and took direct action for what they felt was necessary. And we have a lot of talk about being progressive, but we're not making any progress on climate action here. And if anybody has read the IPCC reports that came out today, and then continues to act in the same way that we have been, I don't know what to say. I have so many people calling me. They say, "What can we do about this, Jeff?" And I don't know what to say. I say call in and counsel and complain about it. But, you know, it's hard to shame somebody when they don't have any conscience. And clearly we act like we don't have a conscience when it comes to our climate. And so I'm just wanting to say solidarity to those folks who are out there trying to stop Concord Pines.
Councilmember Song.
I'd like to congratulate ICPOC Chair Dr. Lisa Jackson on her appointment to the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. That's an appointment by Governor Whitmer. She's the only representative representing Washington County. As far as folks who are struggling to find assistance, we do have a number, the Housing Access for Washington County number, the HAWK number, that's 734-961-1999. United Way also has a number, the 211 number, if there are folks we see in our community who are struggling for housing, food security. In Ward 2, we have a Memorial Day parade that Glacier Highlands Neighborhood Association has hosted since the 1960s. That is back on. It was on hold throughout the pandemic, so the neighborhood is really excited to see that happen again. We get around 700 folks coming in from around the city. It's the only Memorial Day parade in Ann Arbor, and it's where we have veterans read a list of service folks who've been lost in the past year from Michigan. And the neighborhood gets together at the end with coffee and donuts, and it's a good time to connect with community. So I encourage folks to attend that. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
As Councilmember Nelson mentioned, there's also a presentation by the Ann Arbor Police Department for the residents of Ward 1 and Ward 5 as well this week. It's tomorrow night, Tuesday the 5th at 6 p.m. The same topic, internal affairs, so you can find out more on the AAPD's Facebook page, I know, and I shared it on mine as well. And then I also just wanted to mention that our wonderful clerk, Jackie Beaudry, is getting an award this week as Outstanding Public Administrator from EMU's MPA program. So, congratulations.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you, and congratulations. That's, one of many well-deserved awards. I just want to thank everyone who's written to us this week. We've gotten just incredible feedback and community participation around the ARPA funds, which, it tells me that I think we really have had a solid process. And it's great to just see the values that drew me to the city in the first place reflected in a lot of those messages from our residents. So thank you for all of those. I also want to thank, although I was out of town and wasn't able to attend, members of our public safety staff who came out for a neighborhood meeting in Ward 3. Truly appreciate that engagement as well. And finally, just want to respond to an email that we received on Saturday from Charlotte, who's 9, whose brother told her that he didn't think that girls were as aggressive as boys. So Charlotte, if you're listening, your brother was wrong. You do you. Be strong.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, since Councilmember Grant already mentioned the community meeting we had, thanks to the members of the fire department and police department and staff that participated in that in Ward 3. I also wanted to just draw attention to 2 of the resolutions that we've already heard referenced tonight for anyone looking for them. The Human Rights Commission resolution that was mentioned by Dr. Jackson, requesting an ordinance to continue to collect and make publicly available traffic stop data, is available on the clerk's report on today's agenda, as well as the Energy Commission's resolution that Councilmember Griswold mentioned.
Further communication from council. I'd like to recommend approval of the following nomination that was presented to council for consideration at the March 2022 regular session meeting to the Economic Development Corporation. Sally Peterson. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion. Councilmember Griswold.
I would like to thank Sally Hart Peterson for serving as a council member in the 2nd Ward, and I look forward to her continued service.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. I would like to recommend the following nomination for your consideration to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. Karen Wanza. 2 other quick points. First, and if anyone is interested in the city's ongoing efforts and successes with respect to sustainability and climate action, I would recommend that a constructive place for you to contact would be our city staff, in particular the Office of OSI and under the leadership of Dr. Stultz. There you will hear a great deal of what we are doing and what we look to do in the future. It is an ambitious agenda. Further, I guess I'd like to say, in keeping with Councilmember Grand's reference to communication, I too received communication from a number of different residents all over town, and recently received a letter from a 2nd grader up at Logan Way who asked a question of me, made a suggestion, and I want to when I've already responded to this gentleman, but I also want to make sure that everyone in the city knows, particularly my 2nd grade friends, you do not need the mayor's permission to have a lemonade stand. That is not something that I control. Indeed, if I did, I would say let it pour free. Indeed, you don't need anybody but your caregiver's permission to have a lemonade stand. Please do so at your heart's content. And if you do, please try to reach out to me because I do like to get to them. I like my lemonade, and I would love to stop on by if I can. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The consent agenda, with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, is approved, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA3. And that is all. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. As a matter of courtesy, we can have here in the chambers only one person speaking at a time. Our clerk will notify folks on the Zoom when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. In both houses, when your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. We'll tend to run it this way. We'll look for public comment, public hearing from folks who are in chambers, and then public hearing comments from folks who are joining us by Zoom. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 0.8 acres from D1, Downtown Core, to PUD, Planned Unit Development District, 350 South 5th Planned Unit Development. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
My name is Adam Goodman, resident of the 5th Ward. Decided to show part of my face in person this time. As I'm sure you all know, I hope you all know, we have a bit of a housing crisis and a climate crisis that we're facing in the city. And to address those, we need to build lots of affordable and market rate housing for all income levels. And we need to do it in a way that encourages people to live more sustainable lives. And I simply cannot think of a better way to start doing that than to build a large building full of affordable and market rate units right next to our biggest transit hub in our city. So I'm extremely excited about this. You know, I do have one concern, which is that at first reading there was some discussion about adding some new restrictions to this. About the exact disposition of the affordable units. And I think these came from a good place, but I don't know, let me put it this way. I did the Community Academy program a couple of years ago, and in the session on housing, when it was explained to me and everybody else how things like low-income housing tax credits actually work, my head wanted to explode. The federal government has given us an incredibly Byzantine and frankly awful set of tools to work with. And, you know, as a city, what's good is we're incredibly fortunate to have folks like Jennifer Hall and her team who know these things like the back of their hand and know how to get past these bureaucratic hurdles that could really trip us up if we're not careful. And so I really think that you all should give them the flexibility that they need to get this project done and actually make sure that we get a building instead of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. So I hope you'll approve this zoning change, planned unit development tonight without any changes as it's currently written. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Eric Lipson, Ann Arbor resident. On this PUD, I think it overall is a good idea. I think that is the perfect spot for that development. When I was on Planning Commission many years ago, there was this almost the identical proposal, which passed Planning Commission and through a whole series of events never materialized. But my only concern is the height of that building as proposed. You know, when it was proposed that there be a 17-story building on the library lot, that's what killed that in voters' eyes, honestly, from my perspective. And I would hate to see another overreach when this is a great idea. You know, you don't want to get backlash for what is basically a good idea because you tried to do too much. And one other thing I have to say is that in particular, the PUD specifications are very good. And in fact, I would say that those are some of the same specifications which should have been applied to TC1, in which none of which were. And I don't understand exactly why, except this is public property. It's very unusual to have specified such a specific PUD, although the last time when Dahlman had it, I think they made him put in a fountain. I believe that was one of the conditions. Anyway, I think it's a great idea. It's right adjacent to the parking structure, the 4th Avenue parking structure. And I think that I concur in general. Again, hopefully you'll moderate the height a little bit when you bid it out. Oh, and another thing is, you know who I would recommend? Core Spaces again. They did an excellent job on the library lot, though they were on the wrong side on that issue. But I thought their outreach was excellent, and they were one of the most professional companies I've seen as far as their public input. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Hi, my name is Francis Borzo. I live in Ward 3. And although I have been associated with the Transit Authority for many years and a member of Transport Workers Union Local 171 for many years, I'm speaking for myself as a worker, a passenger, and Ann Arbor resident. Recently, I had a chance to speak to some AATA management officials, and I asked them, I said, supposing there was no transit company at all, period, starting now, how many vehicles would you need to find parking spaces for from people who had been riding the bus that no longer was there? And they told me 5,000 vehicles would add to the road. Now, if we look at this downtown area, we have the vehicles, we have parking structure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you add those up, plus some of these parking lots, that's you don't get to 5,000 vehicles. You have to have quite a few of these to add, to talk about parking that many vehicles. So what that means is this tiny 0.8 acres of the Y lot, and actually the AATA next to it right now, is replacing many acres of parking. So what I'm saying is to take this property away from transit possibility and putting it in there is wasteful of huge amounts of real estate in downtown Ann Arbor. It is critical that this lot go to transit. It is the only lot adjacent to the current transit facility, not counting the federal building, which is unlikely to move. There are many signs over the years that the buses are already overcrowded. Double parking, back end sticking out 3.5 feet from the curb, buses jumping the curb to bring back end to the curb, buses backing up to get out of space, blocking the fire hydrant on 4th Avenue, bus waiting 3, 5 or more minutes to get out, having to wait for other buses to leave. First come, first served parking, confusing the passengers. Sometimes Pauline is in front, sometimes Ellsworth is in front. On 4th Avenue, same problem. It's also come out since this first discussion was had between the former mayor and a former CEO of the Transit Authority. You've had huge developments, South Forest, South U, East Huron, Lower Town, Main and William under construction.
Thank you.
The other thing to note is,
thank you,
as
sir.
of 2012, WHO says diesel exhaust fumes cause cancer.
Thank you.
This is not a good place for to put up a residence.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak at this public hearing? Ms. Beaudry.
Mayor, yes, we have a couple of callers.
Thank you.
Adam Jaskiewicz, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hi, this is Adam Jaskiewicz. I'm a Ann Arbor resident in the 4th Ward, and I'm calling to support B1, the PUD for Ann Arbor Housing Commission's affordable housing development and the Y lot. I like this development. It's exactly the kind of thing we should be building downtown, and I'm so glad that we're spending affordable housing millage money on this. The Y got torn down many years ago. I used to go to the Y for classes and swimming and stuff like that when I was a kid. And I'm glad this is going to be used for something other than just cars. It's great that we got this parcel back from the developer who's just sitting on an empty lot rather than putting it to a productive use. I'm glad that it eliminates the surface parking lot, which is, in my opinion, the worst kind of parking. They use up a ton of space that could be used for something more useful, and they can't even store that many cars. I'm glad it's being used for housing, especially with a significant amount of affordable housing in the plan. I like the high floor area ratio, and I'm in favor of building tall buildings downtown. I have no concerns with the height of this building. In fact, I would be fine with it being even taller, especially if that meant there could be more affordable housing. It's close to jobs, shopping, and other amenities, such as our main library branch downtown, the post office and federal building. I like that there's no on-site car parking, which encourages the use of transit, bicycles, and walking. I love the amount of bike parking that's going to be part of this. And with it being right next to the Blake Transit Center, it's extremely accessible to mass transit. And to the previous speaker's point, I really like that this development includes additional space for transit uses, such as adding a bus lane and additional space to Blake for more bus platforms. It's on the William Bikeway, so it's easy on and off to all of our great new downtown bikeway network. And I love that it's got a mixed use aspect with some ground floor space and offices. I hope those are well utilized to activate this block. And I love the plans to turn Fourth into a transit-oriented street to the, again, as the previous speaker was mentioning, there's, you've got the bus station right there. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities there. And I think those plans to do the transit-oriented
30 seconds.
street with the raised crosswalks and everything will improve experience of transit users and pedestrians. And please approve this. I look forward to seeing more developments like this in the future, especially on some of our other downtown surface parking lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 879. Press star 6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. This is Vince Crusoe, 35-plus year resident of Ward 5, Ann Arbor. I'm a founding member of the coordinating member for the Allen Creek Watershed Group, and we support affordable housing, just sensible affordable housing. I'm also a founding board member of CARD. I'm a former executive committee member of Sierra Club Huron Valley Group as well. Ann Arbor, $1 billion 820 resolution needs to be taken seriously. This and other proposed very tall buildings don't seem to. We need to publish proposed carbon emissions from plans for these very tall buildings and their use before approving them. The city deserves that information. The city initially would have provided 100 affordable housing units on the LISOT in the pre-entitlement development proposal. Now the city is saying they could do a payment in lieu scheme to try and move 100 units to another location, save money, or is this a bait and switch? This is disingenuous to go through this much planning and voting to then propose moving the affordable housing out of the plan. High carbon emissions do affect weather conditions. Our weather is changing quickly in southeast Michigan and elsewhere due to global warming. A report from Fast Company in August 2021 titled, "Is building tall really best?" ? Researchers dispel this myth of climate-friendly skyscrapers and states, quote, "According to a new study, a neighborhood of skyscrapers results in about 140% more total emissions than a lower-rise area with the same population." For example, like most Parisian neighborhoods. Taller and denser isn't necessarily better for the environment, according to a new study published by the journal NPJ Urban Sustainability. By studying the life cycle of greenhouse and gas emissions in urban development, from the production and transport of the building materials to the energy required to use and live in the building over time, an international team of researchers has found that high-rise cities are actually producing more total emissions than shorter, but still dense urban centers and areas. And our voters overwhelmingly voted down the 17-story proposal high-rise across the street in favor of a central park. We should not ignore that. The mayor and supporters on city council propose unlimited building heights in Ann Arbor, which has not been discussed much now due to residential pushback. Just the 20-story concrete and steel building, enormous carbon footprint is about
30
20 million pounds of carbon into the atmosphere for just concrete and steel alone, not including the actual construction-related carbon emission, which is also considerable. Paris, for example, has mostly 5- and 6-story buildings, produces fewer overall emissions than both sprawling exurbs and skyscrapers cities, given the land required to build tall buildings. The building also, tall buildings also isolate residents,
Thank you.
especially children, elderly, and disabled. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment? Caller 677, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, and I'm just calling to say that I think that this proposal is great. We need housing downtown. I think that having housing downtown is a great way to reduce our community's overall emissions. If we certainly have a lot of people working downtown, and the best way to reduce those people's environmental footprint is to make sure that they can live close to where they work and not have to drive a car in to commute to work every day, or to drive a car to do their errands. And so I think that in this way, having a great building downtown that houses a lot of people will be a great environmental positive for our community. It's also great that we will have people who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford to live in Ann Arbor will be able to live downtown in the most vibrant and exciting part of Ann Arbor, right next to the library, right next to the bus station, so that they can go wherever they need to go. This is a model of the way that we should live as a city and build as a community. And I'm excited to see this PUD project happen because it will streamline the creation of this housing, both the subsidized and the market rate portions. I want to see those things built as quickly as possible. We've had way too many setbacks so far in getting housing built here, so let's not delay any further by complicating the situation and throwing in last-minute changes to the plan. We should stick with what our extremely talented and knowledgeable Ann Arbor Housing Commission has come up with. They know how best to leverage land opportunities and how to best leverage funding opportunities from the federal government. So we shouldn't try to second-guess their work. So please just go ahead and approve this PUD rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 599, do you have a comment? Press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. My name is Josh Lurkey. I am a resident of Ward 4, and I'm in support of this highly. I'm gonna rehash a lot of points that people have already said. So just like this is a perfect location for this kind of development. It's got access to bike lanes. It's right in the middle of downtown. It's got a bus hub that can bring you literally anywhere you would want within the city. They've got a bus that goes to Detroit Airport, and they've got a bus that goes to the train line. So, like, this is a perfect place for this kind of development. It's great for environmental reasons too, because tall buildings not necessarily best for the environment as they're finding out, but this isn't that tall a building. Like that kind of study is talking about 40, 50 stories high, not the same. And then what's really going to drag down the environment and the environmental impact of people living there is the low car part of this. You're not going to need a car if you're going to go anywhere downtown. So, yeah, super in support of this. Thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you.
Alex Lowe, do you have a comment?
Hi,
Alex
this
Lowe?
is Alex calling from Ward 3. I support the PUD on the Y lot, especially the bike parking and the much needed additional bus infrastructure. Honestly, my only concern about the space is the given height of the building, because frankly, I don't think it's tall enough. Would love to have seen something closer to 30 floors, or indeed no height limit, and let the developer come up with what the most that they can put in there is. But I've also got some other things that I'd love to see in projects like this, like ground source heat pumps. But as a previous caller mentioned, it's a little bit late for us to be trying to add last-minute changes like this. We'll have another one of these opportunities, and I'll certainly be making those suggestions at that point. But tonight, I think we should vote for the proposal that's on the table, because something good now is so much better than something fantastic never. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 083, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hello, this is Alan Haber, Ward 5. Basically, I support this because I support affordable housing. I think there should be more affordable housing here than market rate here. The main concern that I brought up during the one time I had opportunity for consultation is that this is another example of the incapacity of the city actually to deal with multiple administrative districts. This building could be much more efficient if it overspanned the Transit Center Authority and had height above the Transit Center as well as the old Y lot. There could be much more housing and lower rise and more affordable housing. Also, there's no clear plan as to the essential relationship between this new housing construction and the community commons across the street on Fifth Avenue, Library Lane. This new housing will make all the more important the community commons. People are going to need open space, grass space, breathing space. So I'm eager to see how the actual site plan begins to integrate with the community commons across the street. But I wish that the design would have included the airspace above the Transit Authority as well as the airspace above the Y parking lot, and seeing a larger building but not so tall and much more affordable housing, and not the greater emphasis on the market rate housing and not the greater height. I want to see the downtown can grow, but the high-rise buildings, I think we need a higher aspiration than just height. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 644, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Tonight in the City Council discussion of the rezoning for the Y lot, I'm a little worried that a sort of bait and switch will occur. With public monies from the affordable housing millage in hand, and with the magic phrase affordable housing bouncing around the room, I worry that what actually is decided about this site will be contrary to the public's expectations. Using the magic phrase affordable housing, the height of what can be built on the Y lot may be increased to 275 feet. But then the affordable housing funds can be used not to build affordable housing on this site, but to build it elsewhere. The increase in height of what would be built on the Y lot at 275 feet would be rather taller and out of scale with the rest of the buildings in the immediate vicinity. Not only that, but the building could be made up almost entirely of luxury apartments instead of affordable housing. That means that people who would qualify for affordable housing in our town will be shortchanged out of the amenities of the Y lot location. Those amenities include having a public library just across the street, having public transportation at their doorstep, and having an open public green space on the next block in the form of the center of the city. So instead of what I have loosely called the bait and switch, I urge City Council to use the city's affordable housing funds to allow the Housing Commission, under the management of Jennifer Hall, to build as much affordable housing on the Y lot site as will fit, and to skip the two tall buildings with mostly luxury units. In my opinion, we already have too many of those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers on the line with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment?
Good evening again. This is Tom Stalbert calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor. I want to echo a lot of what the last caller said. And I also want to talk about how we got here. There were some problematic things that happened with the old Y and the 100 rooms that we lost there, and the building having to be demolished. But there were also some positive reasons we're here where we are today. There was contention over the development by core spaces of a building across the street on the library lot. When that galvanized some support, even amongst the contention between the two sides, for affordable housing to be built. And that's part of what led us to having an affordable housing village, and part of what led pretty universal acceptance that the affordable housing would be great on the old Y lot. That is the public expectation. Similarly, when we have a comprehensive plan like we do, when we go through a process, if anybody remembers the A2D2 process, we create or revise our comprehensive plan. That creates an expectation. So we have an expectation of a couple things for this location. We have an expectation of height set by our comprehensive plan and the public process that generated that expectation. We have an expectation that our affordable housing money, the millage that we voted for ourselves to pay, to be used on this site. Not to be shuffled from this site somewhere else, but to be used on this site. And a number of callers have indicated why this site is so good for affordable housing. I won't go into it all, but the bus transit center next door, the library across the street, the commons there. This is where the public expects these affordable housing units to be built with our money on our land. Please do not disappoint the citizens of Ann Arbor by not putting affordable housing units here, or not putting more, as many as possible here. That is more important to meeting expectations than breaking expectations by playing with the PUD to primarily gain extra height rather than gain extra affordable housing units at this location. When people talk about market rate,
30 seconds.
You know what market rate in downtown Ann Arbor is? Look at all the private developers down there and how they advertise their luxury developments. So let's not kid ourselves. Market rate at this location means luxury. The last caller was correct on that. So I urge you to meet the expectations that the citizens have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 403, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hey, this is Jim Pike. I was there earlier and then I left, and here I am again on the phone this time. I just want to say that I, without reservation, support the development at 350 South 5th. I'm really excited to get more housing downtown. So thanks for all the hard work everyone's done on this plan, and let's do it. Thank you so much. That's the end for me. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers on the line with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? See no one?
We have one more caller.
Thank you.
Caller 464, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. So, yeah, Linda Brower, I live in the Ward 5. I really support a PUD on the Y site that will maximize the number of truly affordable units on the site. As most of you know who've been here for a while, this site has had a very sordid history in terms of financing and being bought by the city and sold by the city, and proposals bidded out and rejected, and it's just been a complete mess. So I hope we can finally figure out how to get affordable housing here. I was happy to see a revised PUD and supplemental regulations that would require all of the affordable units to be built on site instead of allowing the units in the second tower to pay payment in lieu of units, to allow more luxury housing there and ship the affordable housing units elsewhere. I'm not sure how that payment in lieu of for the taller tower actually got slipped in there, because I thought all along the whole point of this site was to maximize the number of really affordable units on site. For the reasons so many people have said already, it's close to a lot of the service jobs where the people who work in restaurants and the stores, they can walk to work then. It's close to the bus station. It's close to the library. I'd like to see as many affordable units there as possible, and nothing done to kind of dilute the number. We need diversity of people and housing options downtown. And it sounds like Jennifer Hall has an idea for how to make that happen. It's very complex, the financials. She's talking about paying down the bond, really, with the affordable housing millage money. And then the Affordable Housing Commission would actually own the site. And she has some kind of a way that she thinks she can get more than 400 affordable units on site. That's a lot better than 100 affordable units. We need these people downtown. We just need more diversity downtown in terms of the people and the housing options. So please take a look at that the revised PUD requirements, and really seriously consider implementing that plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers on the line.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, rezoning the 68 lots of this in the South State Street and East-West Eisenhower Parkway area to TC1 Transit Corridor District. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Ann Arbor. I have to once again object to this giveaway to developers who coincidentally are big donors to the members of this council. I'm afraid this is a classic case of corruption in which the public good is sold out to private developers once again. Unlimited high-rise development with the supposed goal of affordable housing and better transportation and carbon neutrality, all of these things. Oh, that's all great, except for one thing. There's not a single thing in TC1 that will create any of that, that will encourage any of it, that will incentivize any of it. Nothing. It's just land speculation gone amok. I will remind you once again of the 68 parcels, 14, the agent for them is Jeff Hauptman, one from Oxford Properties, one of your biggest donors. I thought it would take more to buy a mayor these days, but I guess not. So I am, as a lot of people are, appalled at this. And don't know what else to say except that this is such a betrayal of the public trust by just giving away this land speculation. Everybody is, in theory, is in favor of a transit corridor, but the process here stunk. You just blanket are going to rezone this, and that's not the way the process should operate, not the way the process was designed, to individually look at each parcel in that area and rezone it, not just give a gift, give a gift to all of your developer friends and donors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. Adam Goodman, Ward 5 again. You heard me a few minutes ago say we have a housing crisis and a climate crisis. We need more housing at all levels. So to put a finer point on that, you've also heard, I'm sure, the SumCog estimates from before the pandemic that we had 80,000 people commuting into our city every day. Additionally, Get Downtown ran a study in 2018 and found that over 40% of the commuters that they surveyed said that they would like to live in Ann Arbor if they had the choice, if more housing were available. So to meet this demand, we need tens of thousands of units. And as great as 350 South 5th is going to be, that's a drop in the bucket. It's not going to solve that problem. Even this TC1 zoning change won't solve that problem, but it will make a bigger dent in it. I want to address a couple of claims I've heard from the naysayers. The first claim being that this is not going to help with climate change and housing costs because we didn't explicitly require things in the zoning regulations. I think that's obviously wrong, and I'll tell you why. When you're making a claim like this, you need to define the baseline that you're comparing against. And the reality is that the baseline that we're comparing against is not doing nothing, building nothing. It is building a bunch of car-dependent McMansion sprawl developments out on green fields and clearing forests in the townships. And I don't see people chaining themselves to trees over those. I wonder why. We are part of a larger region, and in some ways we're fortunate that growth is happening. What we have to do is we have to enable it to be sustainable rather than force it not to be. And the thing is, this isn't just about sustainable buildings. This is about allowing people to live sustainable lives. So I would say that, enabling dense transit corridor development with minimum less parking is much better than building McMansion exurban sprawl out in the townships. The second claim, that this is simply a developer giveaway. I personally think this framing is ridiculous. I'll tell you why. It is true, okay? It is true that some people might make money off of this. I don't care. That's how things work in this country. You can't do anything without someone profiting off of it. This isn't a value judgment. I'm not saying I like this. It's just the truth. So the only question here is whether this is a good thing for the city, whether it's consistent with our goals and our needs. It is. And in case anybody listening is wondering, no, I don't have any financial interest in this at all. I just think it's the right thing to do. And if anybody does have concerns about the specific areas that are getting rezoned right now, all I'll say is I hope you will enthusiastically support it when further proposals to rezone other areas of town to TC1 come forward. Please approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Yeah, it's interesting that on the one side, you want to develop the Y lot, which would be like putting a cramp on the transit system, and now you want a transit corridor. I'm saying that there's been, back in the 70s even, people were identifying the Plymouth corridor and the State corridor as being good for development. What's wrong with South Industrial? Less development there. If a bus comes down Industrial, it's not blocked by a train crossing at the train crossing. What's wrong with Plymouth and other areas? If you cripple the transit by putting a huge building on top of it, look on Huron Street, East Huron, where you have those big buildings. All day long you have UPS, FedEx, all these deliveries. You put that on top of the people from the tall building, you cripple the transit system, and then you want to have a transit corridor. Not a good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you should upzone it and upzone other parts of the city faster so we don't keep having stuff like Concord Pines by right debates. And just also quickly on the notion that there's corruption up here from some council members or the mayor, I sure hope not. And I'm kind of surprised that a maximum donation of $1,000 to a campaign would be enough to buy any of you on something of this magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing? Ms. Beaudry?
We have a couple callers on the line.
Thank you.
Adam Juskiewicz, do you have a comment?
Hi, Adam Juskevich again from the 4th Ward. I'm calling to support B2, the city-initiated rezoning of a number of parcels in the State and Eisenhower area to TC1. I think I'm going to echo a few of the things that some of the other callers or other speakers have said. I guess I'm the first caller on this one. We're under a climate emergency, and in order to meet our A20 goals, we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled. The increased density and mixed use brings us that much closer to a 15-minute city. People will be able to live closer to their jobs. There will be less need for people to commute into Ann Arbor, and there will be even less need for suburban-style developments like Concord Pines that end up cutting many trees to build a handful of homes. Instead, developers can fill between and in front of existing buildings where the trees were already cleared decades ago and where residents can be easily served by transit. It also means more neighbors, more things to do close to home, more riders on our existing mass transit corridors, hopefully making faster and more frequent service feasible. All of this benefits the city, as will any additional tax revenue from this development. We're also in a housing crisis. There are not enough homes in Ann Arbor for all of the people who want to live here, and prices reflect that. Rents are going up, as many found out when renewing their leases. This change will allow more homes to be built in the city, reducing pressure on current housing stock. Yes, the people who own the parcels affected by this will see their property increase in value. That doesn't bother me. The benefits the city gets from opening this area up for more density and more housing outweighs this. I don't see this as a giveaway, and I feel accusations of corruption are absurd. I look forward to seeing the development this zoning change will enable, and I hope City Council will approve this tonight. Additionally, I hope to see similar rezonings for other major corridors in the city as soon as possible, such as the West Stadium corridor adjacent to my own neighborhood, Washtenaw, Plymouth, Packard and Platte, and so forth. Without TC1 in these areas, we will continue to see suburban-style, car-centric development, which is not what I want to see in my city or in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 403, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. It's Jim Pike again. I live in Ward 5, and I'm super psyched about TC1. I'm really excited to see this happen after, it seems like, if I recall correctly, something like a decade of public process on this zoning change. So others have provided great factual detail about the ways that this will benefit Ann Arbor. And I echo their statements. And please approve TC1. The time has come. And I want to see more housing get built in Ann Arbor. And I want to see us not delay that process anymore. I'm really tired of delays. And so, like I said, 10 years this has been in process. So that's it. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Alex Lowe, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Alex Lowe, still here in Ward 3 like I was when I called in on the previous hearing a few minutes ago. Earlier speakers were mentioning transit corridors on Plymouth, Huron, West Stadium, Packard, etc., potentially as better options. And I support all of those transit corridors. Let's add those to a future council agenda right after we vote in favor of the TC1 development. Anything that the city council does will benefit some and has the potential to cost others, and that includes doing nothing. If the city council does nothing, it will it'll benefit certain developers as they're building new suburban housing developments out in Superior Township or wherever, and it'll benefit those landowners. Approving it will benefit the landowners in the affected area and probably some different developers. But far more importantly, and the thing that I actually care about, approving this TC1 change will benefit the city of Ann Arbor, and that is what the city council is here to do. So I 100% support this move.
Thank you.
Kirk Westfall, do you have a comment?
Hi, good evening. I'm really excited about finalizing the TC1 zoning tonight. Encourage your passage. As you've heard, upzoning, especially car restricted upzoning, makes so much sense across the city. It addresses the crises we're having in housing availability, the environment, and also the structural local government funding crunch we find ourselves in. So what's the downside? Some folks have been questioning the possibility of some property owners potentially making a return. I'd venture to say that most landowners in the city over the years have made money on their investments. And when the property changes hands, these benefits clearly accrue to all the residents. New construction benefits all of us. Our budget would be in a much more difficult position without new development. So I urge your passage of TC1 and your encouragement that more corridors and more districts get rezoned as soon as possible. Let's all have our property values go up and also provide more housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 644, do you have a comment? Caller 644, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Boris. I live at 1726 Charlton. According to the city website, TC1 is a city-initiated rezoning petition whose purpose is to increase density along transit corridors. Transit-oriented development is a good idea. It provides many advantages to a large city or metropolitan area, especially areas that already have both regional transit and local transit in place. TC1 is also a major departure from the way things have been done in the past. In the past, rezonings were for the most part requested by property owners, and they were for the most part requested for one property at a time. TC1, however, brings the mechanism of upzoning properties in large blocks, 68 or 69 at a time in this particular instance. What is remarkable, though, is that while Ann Arbor faces a climate emergency and a housing emergency, TC1 includes no requirements for sustainability or affordable housing. Maybe it is not too late to require something, though. Why couldn't City Council require contributions to our transportation system? Wouldn't it make sense that those who will profit most from the transportation corridor be asked to contribute to its funding? Why are Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti citizens being asked to pass a large new transportation millage this August, while the property owners on State and Eisenhower will reap windfall profits overnight from TC1 without their having to lift a finger and without being required to pay an extra nickel into our transportation system? Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment? Caller
Hi,
677,
this is
go
Michelle
ahead.
Hughes, and I'm excited for this. Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, and I'm excited for this rezoning because when we do this rezoning, it'll make us have more housing, hopefully, and more housing means more people in our community, and more people in our community means more friends. Means more friends in biking distance, more people who are going to enrich our community by doing art and activism. It's going to be more people doing the things that make us a community. And I think that's what we should be focusing on when we talk about building housing. And if we're going to become a richer community, then I think that's the concern that should be, that should trump any other concern that we have. In 20 years, we're not going to remember how great these parking lots were that we're demolishing. We're not going to remember who donated to what campaign. We're going to remember Ann Arbor is a great place to live. That was the decisions that were made in the past that made Ann Arbor a wonderful community that we currently all love. Should make Ann Arbor an even better place to live so that we can share the wealth that our community has and build more wealth that we can share with more people. And I'm talking about wealth in terms of social capital. I'm talking about wealth in terms of the arts and amazing things that the people in our town can do. So let's put more people in our town to let them do amazing things. So yes, approve this zoning, and yes, approve future TC1 zonings, and think of more ways that we can share Ann Arbor with more people and have them share Ann Arbor with us. I, for one, want to share Ann Arbor with people, and I don't especially care to share Ann Arbor with cars. So I think that these developments like the TC1 zoning, which have less of an emphasis on parking and more of an emphasis on housing and more of an emphasis on destinations That's the sort of thing we need. So please go ahead and approve this one tonight and keep proposals like this rolling forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 345. Do you have a comment?
Hello, this is Kitty Kahn. I live in Ward 5. I'm calling in tonight to ask you to vote no on the TC1 zoning. I have nothing against more buildings in that area to provide more housing. We need more housing. But this zoning appears to be a reward by the mayor and his majority directly to their big donors who own property in that area. The hypocrisy is striking. While the mayor and his majority ask us to get rid of our gas appliances, they want to pass this TC1 zoning, which makes absolutely no such requests of the landowners who own property in those areas. There are absolutely no requirements, nor even incentives in this TC1 zoning for sustainability. None at all. And although the mayor and his majority talk a lot about affordable housing, there are no requirements nor any incentives to provide affordable housing in this TC1 zoning. None at all. Usually, it is the developer who must request such leniency. But in this case, the city is giving a gift to the landowners without them even having to ask. I mean, they don't even have to build anything on this land, and immediately with this zoning, they will become richer. As I said before, the hypocrisy is striking. I am pleading with you to vote no on this TC1 zoning and to instead bring it back to the table and add requirements or incentives for sustainability and affordable housing so that the zoning will be fair to all the citizens of Ann Arbor and not only to the mayor's big donors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Do you have a comment?
Hello again. This is Tom Stolbert calling from Lowertown in Ann Arbor. I want to talk about a couple different things, but I also want to mention there was a better way. People told you the better way, and there still is a better way to do this. I've long been a proponent of transit-oriented development. I've long thought and spoken out publicly that having mixed-use concentrations of development around a transit station, as transit-oriented development does, works. It gets people out of cars, has less car ownership, allows for less parking. We don't have the transit stations, but there were ways that we could have a modified transit-oriented development. But we didn't do it right, and we're about to pay the price for it. And there's people who are going to benefit for it. This is a city-initiated mass rezoning. And this is city-initiated action does one thing for certain. These 68 parcels will be worth money overnight. More money overnight than they are today. The city is the one creating this newfound wealth for the property owners. We're not talking about, oh, people can earn money by building a development and they're entitled to make money. No, we're talking about landowners being made more wealthy for doing nothing because the city is doing this action. They don't have to lift a finger. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to build anything. They could sell the property for more money because it's just increasing value, or they could even borrow against that increase in value, invest that money somewhere else, and just do nothing with the property, that parcel that's sitting as one of these 68. We're not guaranteed anything. They are guaranteed a wealth increase. That is what we are doing. One of the problems with the mass rezoning, too, is overnight, all 68 of these parcels will be worth more money. As we move forward with TC1 and we find out maybe it's not working as well as we wished it had, there's a lot of aspirational things that people have talked about who called in. But what if it's not working? What if we're not getting what we hoped for? Well, let's modify TC1. Let's make it better. Wait a minute. Making it better might involve having some requirements, putting in some premiums and scaling back what you get for free and what you
30
have
seconds.
to trade off. Maybe some affordable housing, maybe some sustainable building. But how are we going to claw that back when the landholder says, no, you made me wealthier and I'm going to sue you? That's the problem with mass rezoning. Instead of creating a zoning category and letting the landowners one at a time apply for it, which we could have done and still could do, by doing a mass rezoning, we can't undo this mistake without being sued by people like Jeff Houtman, who we're doing this for. Think about the irony of that.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556, do you have a comment? Press star 6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead. Caller 556, do you have a comment? Caller 556, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Caller 556, we can't hear you.
Can you hear now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Ralph McKee from the 5th Ward. I wanted to focus on the propaganda that's being made on this TC1. I assume we all know what the votes are going to be. I don't see anybody changing their mind tonight. And I'm referring first to the campaign email most recently put out by the mayor. In that email, he says, TC1, will give Ann Arbor residents the ability to work and shop close to near where they live, much like the convenience afforded to residents living close to downtown, but at a fraction of the price. That statement's disingenuous. First, the phrase, a fraction of the price, typically implies a small fraction, which is extremely unlikely here. If new apartments, for example, in the proposed TC1 district rent for, say, $1,900 versus $2,000 near downtown, that's hardly a significant benefit. Next, you provide no facts or reasoning whatsoever supporting your conclusion that new buildings in the proposed district will sell or rent for a fraction of the price. In fact, you voted against any steady analysis of the increase in value via rezoning, which not coincidentally will make any housing built more expensive because the land will be more expensive. Also, given the continuing demand for upscale apartments, it's very likely that those are the type of buildings that will be built, at least in the near and midterm, because that's where the profit is. We all know that. Additionally, new construction costs are significantly higher than for the existing downtown buildings, and we all know that no developer or landlord will charge less than what's commensurate with making a profit over and above the development costs like land purchase, design, building, loan interest, etc. So the statement that you made in your campaign, that where you say you want to do this citywide, essentially, that's very disingenuous in raising expectations to a ridiculous place. I've also heard some TC1 supporters make the argument that new developments will make a significant contribution to affordable housing via the affordable housing millage. Here's the math. A $1 million annual tax on half a new building value, taxable value being half of the actual value, is 0.0005. In other words, 1/2000th of value. So it would take 2,000 years of taxing a new unit to produce the tax dollars necessary to build a similar unit. And this ignores the fact that the properties which will be built have some value now, so that makes the incremental increase even less. Put another way, it will take 20 years of taxing a new 100-unit building to produce a single affordable unit. Now, I voted for the millage, but the reason it produces tangible results is the massive taxable value of already existing properties. The incremental increase provided by new development is minuscule in context. The bottom line, your statement, Mr. Mayor, is even worse than much of the wishful thinking that's already permeated discussion of TC1. You should just tell the truth. You want new development, period, regardless of whether it'll provide housing opportunities for lower and middle income people, or mixed use, or sustainability, or any of the benefits that you claim it will. You've provided no benefit for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers on the line with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of water supply system revenue bonds, Series 2022, to the Michigan Finance Authority. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 464, do you have a comment?
Hi, yeah, I do, but it's for the TC1. Can I still speak to that? I think you didn't see my hand raised earlier or something.
With council's council's acquiescence, please proceed. We'll deem this to be a follow-on to PH2.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry about that, but anyway, I appreciate the chance. So yeah, Linda Brower, Ward 5. This is about TC1, and I totally support transit-oriented development for all the reasons that many previous speakers have mentioned, and I think the State Eisenhower area is a good place to start. I also think it's unconscionable that no requirements for sustainable building and electrification are required in TC1, nor incentives for affordable housing. Several people tonight have referenced the latest report from the IPPC issued today. We are in a climate emergency, people. I know we all know it, but do we really know it? Just increasing density is not enough. Just building dense is not enough. It depends what and how it's built. I continually hear council members wringing their hands, saying their hands are tied and they have no choice but to accept unsustainable and environmentally damaging developments, and also refusing to use the tools we do have to incentivize affordable housing. With this new zoning category, this is your chance to show some leadership and make some meaningful policy so that your hands won't be tied to unsustainable developments anymore. We need to do more than virtue signaling, and we need to do more than millages. Millages are important because we need the money, but throwing money at these problems isn't enough. We need the right policies. So please table this. It only needs to be delayed a month or two. Table this particular ordinance. Direct Planning Commission to rework TC1 to require that new buildings in that category be sustainable and all electric, and develop incentives for affordable housing. So please do that. Everybody talks about they care about the climate, but you're not making ordinances and regulations to really solve it. So how many seconds do I have?
20 seconds remaining.
20 seconds. Okay. So anyway, there was a very good article in Bridge Magazine recently, and maybe I'll try to send you the link, but it was specifically about transit-corridor zoning. It was speaking about the topic in general, but it quoted Luke Bonner, CEO of Bonner Advisory Group. Apparently he's a real estate and economic development consulting firm based in Ann Arbor, but he works nationally. And even he said, is over. Okay, sorry, I didn't get to finish. I'll try to send you the link.
Thank you.
What he's saying, just building a transit unit it's just going to be luxury housing. It's not going to be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with public hearing number 3, is there anyone online who wishes to speak at public hearing number 3?
Caller 751, do you have a comment? Caller 083, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 083, do you have a comment?
Hello, I'm also trying to get on to continue the discussion on the transit corridor. With the permission of the council, I'd like to make my comment as well.
The prior caller indicated that she had her hand up and that it was it had not been perceived. Is that what you're telling us too, sir?
That's what I'm saying also. I called in, I had my hand up during that whole discussion, which I found most interesting. And
with council's
I'd
acquiescence?
like to add
Please proceed, sir.
Yes, well, I echo some of the more recent things that have been said on this. I do support increased development, mixed-use development. I'm part of the 820 Ambassador Program, and it is trying to have a city priority toward a consciousness about climate imperatives. And this sort of open rezoning without any qualification seems totally contrary to what is broadcast far and wide as a city commitment in all levels to have a consciousness about the imperatives of addressing climate change and urgencies in building, especially toward not only the affordability that we know is a basic problem, but toward harvesting solar energy, getting off gas and being all electric, exploring geothermal, microgrids, and all these developments that I'm learning about in the 820 Ambassador Program that seem as though the drafters of this have had no communication with the Sustainability and Office of Sustainability and Innovation. There's no sustainability and innovation in the consequence of this blanket rezoning. If there was a opportunity for people or developers to work with property owners to say, well, I want to redevelop this property along the lines of, yes, to increase affordable housing, but also to ensure that this housing is sustainable in the long run and attentive to the urgencies we have to adapt to the known climate calamities that are on our doorstep. So I wish, as I think a previous speaker had said, that you would take these concerns to heart and recognize what should be a unity in city policy
30
and
seconds.
table this and come back with a set of requirements that rezoning along the transit corridor will be permitted if a owner or developer brings back a proposal that prioritizes affordable housing and a sustainable energy pattern for the new development that is going to go in. That makes sense. What goes on now is complete nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at public hearing number 3, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of water supply system revenue bonds, Series 2022, to the Michigan Finance Authority?
Mayor, there are no more callers on the line with their hands up.
See no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 4, resolution to approve the Sartorius 3874 Research Park Drive redevelopment brownfield plan. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. Sartorius and Ann Arbor have similar goals in creating a sustainable environment and comes through our building and operations. It's one of our core values at Sartorius. In the many cities that we evaluated for this flagship building, Ann Arbor was in the top sites we looked at. Obviously, we have made the choice to be here. Sartorius empowers scientists, engineers to simplify and accelerate process and life science, bioprocessing, enabling and developing new and better therapies, and affordable medicine. As we bring in the existing and new jobs of 300 positions we plan to have, so Sartorius wants to ensure a sustainable, modern, high-tech building for our employees and customers. Even myself, I've made the commitment to be here, moved from Albuquerque, New Mexico, to lead the project, knowing that we will build a center of excellence for our North American operations. Our plan does not stop here. We look forward to possible future growth in Ann Arbor and consider this our first step. We look forward to further developments with the city, and our growth is in front of us. We look forward to the city's efforts to help us get there. There are many things Ann Arbor offers us, but in return, there are many things by having Sartorius here, we offer you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Cam McCausland, Portage Capital Partners. We're the developer of the Sartorius project. I just wanted to cite a couple items related to the brownfield that is our request for tonight. So in building this facility for Sartorius, we took down a 1960s functionally obsolescent building that had environmental contamination. So that's been totally remediated at this point. We've created stormwater management system as we build this building. We're putting in 750 linear feet of new water main that'll not only help this building, but others in the area. And most importantly, and I think it's topical for tonight, is that through brownfield policy, the award that we'll discuss tonight would provide a $1.1 million contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund in Ann Arbor as part of this program. So I think it's very topical. It's a corporate responsibility that Sartorius has taken on, and we hope that you find this to approve our brownfield ask for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Phil Santer. I'm with Ann Arbor Spark. I just wanted to appreciate Council's consideration of the brownfield tool for this project. It's an exciting opportunity to bring in an international firm into Ann Arbor in a really significant way. We've been working on this project for some time now, so it's exciting to have it in front of Council for consideration. The area of the city has not had significant investment in some time, and this is a great tool to be able to mitigate some of the existing barriers that are in place, to be able to encourage development within a brownfield, as opposed to trying to do something within a greenfield, which would be the other alternative and option here. As stated before, the policy for this brownfield is also unique and would allow a significant investment into the Affordable Housing Fund, which is part of the city's overall goals. And I appreciate how much time it takes to be able to put one of these brownfield plans together, so appreciate city's consideration of staff and all those that worked on the committee to be able to consider this going forward. So that's all I really want to say on that. I did want to take a quick moment because we woke up this morning in the economic development world to some news that Mike Finney, who had been the CEO of our organization, had passed away. And so I just wanted to make mention of Mike, that he's in our thoughts as we continue forward moving ahead. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing here in House? Ms. Beaudry?
Mayor, there are no callers on the line with their hands up.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 5, resolution to approve industrial facilities exemption certificate between the City of Ann Arbor and Sartorius Bioanalytical Instruments. It's my understanding that staff is going to request a postponement with respect to this certificate. So folks who are interested in speaking at this public hearing now, please note that if that is indeed postponed, you will not be able to speak at the public hearing next time because it will be deemed to be a single public hearing. That said, is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor and Council. I admire your stamina. I'm Ken Garber. I live at 28 Haverhill Court. I don't question the economic benefits of this project. That's why Ann Arbor Spark, the MEDC, the Governor's Office are all behind it. And in general, I support this tax exemption. I want Sartorius to build here. But about climate impact, on the plus side, Sartorius is building to a LEED Gold standard. It says it will comply with the IPCC Zero Code Appendix to achieve net zero carbon annually. This may be a first for an Ann Arbor commercial building. So far, so good. But as a gas-burning building, it will have to buy off-site renewable energy to offset its carbon emissions. It will still be emitting a lot of new CO2 and upstream methane for decades. How much? Despite a tight building envelope, it will still be an energy hog. Based on the modeled energy use intensity of 250 kilobTUs per square foot per year, I calculate 4,160 metric ton CO2 equivalent emissions annually from gas. That's as much as 320 single-family homes. Now, why so much? All the wet labs have fume hoods that suck up room air, which needs constant replacement, cooling, and heating. Construction manager Joe Vig told Planning Commission that just one 8-foot fume hood consumes as much energy in a given year as a single-family home. He said that makes geothermal or VRF electric impractical, so they're going with gas. With all due respect, I question this decision. Wet lab-intensive research buildings without gas are going up now, or have been built. One is the Integrative Genomics Building in the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, which uses a heat recovery chiller and air source heat pump system. Another example is the Integrated Science Center at Carleton College in Minnesota, which employs geothermal. The U of M is now looking closely at this. It's more difficult, it's more expensive, but it can be done. Sartorius can learn from these buildings and make this one all electric, so emissions fall as our grid decarbonizes. Offsets are not a solution. Again, I do not oppose this tax exemption, but please, let's not call this building sustainable. No building that burns this level of gas, emits this level of direct emissions can be called that. It's just this kind of misuse of language that's contributed to our collective global failure to address the climate crisis over the last 30 years.
Thank you.
Just wanted to speak related to our ask for postponement is that we received the Office of Sustainability's report late on Friday, didn't have a chance to respond to that. We are in the process of setting up a meeting to do so, to talk to them about what we're doing with this building and how we're achieving the goals. I think if you looked at the collateral that was provided to this, to the board, you'll see that Sartorius's climate concerns are very sustainable. They're in line with the obligations of the city. They're incredibly aligned in that fact. We're trying to do the best we can. There are some technical aspects of this building that make that incredibly difficult. I have some of our consultants here tonight. I'd like them to actually raise a point since we have the opportunity here just to discuss the issue, because I believe that we have checked every box that we possibly can except for the gas usage of this building. We talked about this previously at a meeting. It's very challenging with the type of building that we have in the climate that we have here to be able to achieve those goals. We are in the process of looking at renewables to get us to net zero, and we are in the process of negotiating with the DTE for those, but we have not concluded that yet, hence the ask for the postponement, so we can provide that opportunity ultimately. So I would ask that our mechanical engineer come up and speak a little bit actually about the system that we're designing, just so there's an understanding of what this creates from a technical aspect within the structure.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Vernier. I'm with Mechanical Electrical Engineering Consultants. We are the mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers for the project. From day one, we have been looking at the design for this building, and the hardest aspect of it is the lab portion, with 100% of the ventilation air required within that space to be continuously exhausted, meaning everything that comes into the building is going out. So if you're 0 degrees outside, you have to heat that 0 degree air up to 60 degrees, and then beyond that with electric reheat or natural gas heat through a boiler system that's 96% efficient and heat the space. The biggest concern we have with that is that if we look at something like a geothermal heat pump system or a heat pump in general, there could be shortfalls on that, and the system could not function as we intend it to function and could cause problems down the line. The other thing to note that these lab buildings work 24 hours a day. They never go down. They never have an off season. They basically are functioning at full airflow all the time to get the air changes per hour that are required by code. So as a result, looking at something like a geothermal heat pump system doesn't make sense to, as an engineering standpoint. We could look into an air-cooled source, but with the geo, which is not nearly as efficient, a geo system, really you're dumping, if you're heating in the wintertime, you're dumping cold water into the earth. And as you dump cold water into the earth at a consistent rate over a long period of time, and it never has time to recover, you risk the possibility of it freezing the earth and not being able, and derating the system and not being able to function. So that's why we didn't really look at this as an option for our project. Natural gas is available, and that's really the way that we've designed it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Van Sweden at Foresight Management, and I'm a consultant of the Sartorius project, and I'm helping with the LEED certification. I just wanted to quickly note some of the highlights that we're pursuing in alignment with some of the SOI recommendations. So in addition to our mechanical challenges, one of the things we're trying to do is offset as much as we can in alignment with the SOI requirement for requests. So Foresight is helping Sartorius and the team identify offsets to meet the definition that the SOI is defined for net zero emissions. So net zero energy, sorry. In addition, we're doing building enclosure envelope commissioning. So that addresses the air tightness concern that was raised. We are helping them with the material selections to help with or prioritize products and materials that have sustainable attributes. So that has to do with material transparency and life cycle accounting through the lead for the building disclosure optimization credits. In addition, we are doing some whole building life cycle analysis to help the team identify ideally a 10% embodied carbon reduction, which is a kind of a first in the industry for industrial projects like this. So there's a lot that is going on to try to fill in the gaps, if you will, recognizing that we can't quite hit the electrification target. Yeah, that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Yeah. Hello, Eric Lipson again. I just want to say it seems like Sartorius has good intentions. But I have to say I really appreciate, we're so lucky to have people like Ken Garber as an analyst, a citizen analyst with a lot of credentials, who really helps explain things, and I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in house would like to speak at this public hearing? Anyone online would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, there are no callers on the line with their hands up.
Thank you. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's 9:23. We'll re-adjourn at 9:33. We are back after a short break. A1, we have before us the regular session meeting minutes of March 21, 2022. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Amlawi, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of A1. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 0.8 acres from D1 Downtown Core to PUD, Planned Unit Development District 350 South 5th Planned Unit Development. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of B1. Mr. Mahoney, I believe we have an introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get to the introduction of Mr. Brett Leonard, I wanted to take a minute to update council members on the actions of staff after the last discussion, the prior meeting. Our staff, multiple departments, including Jennifer Hall, met at length to discuss the potential development at 350 South 5th Street. There are a few stipulations, if you will, that we reached consensus on, and I thought it would be appropriate to make you aware of that before you get into the discussion this evening. Stipulations are as follows. We will not bring a deal in front of you that does not require a minimum of 100 units to be built on that site. Stipulation number 2, we will remove any reference to the payment in lieu option. That will no longer be part of any deal that we bring you. Stipulation number 3 is more internal, but it keeps the CFO and me in good health. We will not bring you a deal that does not address the debt on that site. So we cannot tell you who the developer will be. We cannot tell you what the ultimate deal will look like, but we are saying that we are all in lockstep to ensure that whatever deal is brought forward for consideration addresses the 3 points that I just made. And with that, I would introduce Mr. Leonard.
Thank you. Mr. Leonard?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have a few questions that I'm happy to provide and questions and responses to relative to item B1. If this rezoning is passed as a PUD with area plan, will this project come back to the City Council for site plan approval? No. If a site plan is presented that fully complies with the established zoning, then the Planning Commission would review and decide on that plan. If the answer is no, how can this resolution be amended to require that approval, as this is for use of publicly owned land? UDC only enables modification to use regulations, area height placement standards, off-street parking, and landscape screening buffering requirements. A PUD cannot modify other sections of the UDC, including the required site plan review process. Please share the PUD calculations that allow this project currently zoned PL/D1 180-foot max to exceed D1 with full premiums, approximately 205 feet max, to achieve a 275-foot height. This isn't a specific calculation, but it's a policy decision by the City Council. If you find that the public benefit being provided warrants the modification in the area height and placement standards, the standards for approval of this modification are found in the UDC section 5.29.11.f and include innovation in land use and variety in design, layout, and type of structures, economy and efficiency of land use, and expansion of the supply of affordable housing development. Question is, the City of Ann Arbor or the Ann Arbor Housing Commission bound by the same UDC rules as other developers? The City of Ann Arbor is exempt from the UDC. The Ann Arbor Housing Commission and any partnership, including the Ann Arbor Housing Commission with other private partners, would require full compliance with the Unified Development Code. Question, if the parcel at 350 South 5th restricted or effective, is the parcel at 350 South 5th restricted or affected in any way by its location in a special parking district? Yes, parking in the special parking district is exempt from parking requirements, except for premium floor area, which must be provided at an off-street parking at a rate of 1 space per 1,000 square feet. The allocation of affordable housing to floor area to affordable housing dwelling units is exempt from this requirement. Question, in requesting a plan unit development, who is the requester? Are we negotiating with ourselves, or is the Ann Arbor Housing Commission requesting that this plan unit development designation? The Michigan Zoning Enabling Act says that a PUD request must come from a property owner who is the owner of the parcel. The Ann Arbor Housing Commission is requesting the plan unit development on behalf of the city of Ann Arbor, who owns the property. This was directed by City Council Resolution R 20-139 on April 20th, 2020. Question: would the calculations for the size of this building be impacted in any way if the building was owned free and clear by the Ann Arbor Housing Commission? The Ann Arbor Housing Commission or any developer could petition or plan unit development and zoning designations for this property with the same or different area height and placement requirements. And then the final question: in the supplemental regulations attached to this item, it refers to the public hearings in section 3 as findings of fact. The public hearing is tonight, is it not? How can this already be written? If the city council adopts the ordinance, this is a record that the public hearing was held and that the findings listed were made in support of the zoning adoption. This is written in advance so that the city council has the benefit of language to consider. However, the language may be amended or modified by the city council. That's all.
Thank you. Further discussion of council. Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate the conversations Mr. Mahoney had with staff in terms of requiring 100 units to be built on that site for affordable housing. Are we going to be amending the supplemental regulations to incorporate what staff has provided to deliver just that? I had sent that to council and to Ms. Beaudry earlier this evening, so that the supplemental regulations reflect the language that delivers those 100 units on site.
I'm sorry, did you say you sent something earlier this evening?
Yeah, I sent it during the meeting here earlier. I think I CC'd on it as well. I can also just ask Ms. Beaudry to send it again, and I would like that to be.
It's my
I'll move forward with an amendment.
Is there a second on that amendment? Second by Councilmember Nelson. It's my understanding that that amendment is consistent with, per Ms. Hall, that is consistent with staff's recommendation, staff's position. Ms. Hall, can you confirm that one way or the other, please? Can you get to the front and say that, please? Thank you.
Yes, this looks like the document that Brett Leonard prepared with the recommendations of the rest of the staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that friendly to the body? Excellent. It is friendly to the body. Further discussion of B1. Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to acknowledge the hundreds of hours that staff spent getting to where we are today. I am so thrilled that we're including 100 units of affordable housing, because I remember when we had 100 units. So again, thank you to everyone involved.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I think I have an additional question related to Section G of this, and it's probably for Ms. Hall, if that's okay. I'm sorry to bring you back and forth like this, but it's probably the easiest thing you do is come back and forth like that. So I'll just start my question. So under the section of affordable housing G, it says, in the mixed income phase, a minimum of 20% of dwelling units shall be affordable housing dwelling units as defined by UDC. And then subsection 3 says, the entire district shall provide a minimum of 100 affordable dwelling units and a minimum of 40% of the total number of dwelling units as affordable between the combination. So no matter what, we're getting 100. If so at least 20% have to be, and it says 40% of the total number are. So is that why we're hearing that it's a council policy to make this 275 feet tall? Because the bigger it is, the more percentage of affordable units come up, as the total percentage of units come up, am I reading this correct, that the percentage of affordable units rises with that number? Is that correct?
Well, the more units total and the more percent that's affordable, yes, but the height of the building isn't necessarily exactly telling you how many units, because it depends on the size of the units.
Sure.
But it's more likely. The taller the building is, the more units you can fit in.
I mean, is that where that number came from? Like, how do we end up with 275? And that's what it says in
I do not
here.
remember how we ended up at 275, to be honest with you. Maybe Mr. Leonard remembers. This has been a long discussion.
Sure. It just seemed kind of random. It was sitting there as D1 at 180, 200 feet or whatever, and then all of a sudden we're adding another 7 stories to a building because of council policy. And so I'm not sure I have a problem with it. I just don't understand the origins of it.
I do know that we ran many different scenarios of different kinds of densities and different kind of financial models, and it was getting really hard under the D1 zoning to make it financially feasible. So my best guess is, as we ran different models, that was a model that felt like there was enough density to support a developer coming in to do a mixed income development on that second tower.
Would free and clear ownership of the parcel by the city or the housing commission change that equation?
It could. I mean, the market is constantly changing, and so that's why we propose this option of doing this amendment, because as the market changes, we can't predict exactly what's going to happen in the future, the market being both building costs, material costs, supply, all of those things go into the marketplace and affects the cost of the building. And so we were trying to propose a project that had a comfortable, conservative, it feels big, but for us it felt conservative in our ability to say, yes, we can get this project built. And so that's why it's, I believe, a higher height than what the D1 zoning originally had. The other thing that happened was, when we first came out and proposed the project, if you think about it, it was a H-shaped project. And once we had more and more discussions with the AAATA on how to accommodate the buses on the site, it kind of pushed the project forward towards William. So it was no longer an H-shaped project, it was an L-shaped project. And so if you lose, a large component of your vertical and horizontal space, because we had to change the shape of the project, it could only go on top.
Sure. Maybe this is a question for Mr. McDonald, but if we choose, and it's not in the PUD calculations, but if we choose as council policy to say, hey, forget D1 on a PUD in downtown in the D1 district, now it's 275 feet, are the other attributes of that PUD tied to that? Or is another developer going to come along and say, hey, I don't want to give you the affordable housing, but I'd sure love to be a PUD and be 300 feet? And it's up to us to say yay or nay to that. So that's why I'm concerned that this height isn't tied to the benefits of the project, that's all. I don't want to set a precedent where we should, instead of going back and revisiting A2D2, the D1, D2 zoning through a comprehensive land review,
Councilmember?
We're doing it ad hoc.
Councilmember. Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you for this great project. I have a couple just small little points. One, I was just hoping, you were just speaking to transit, and I think there was maybe one of the commenters, public speakers who came up, maybe had some concerns that this was going to be detrimental to transit. And so I thought maybe you could just speak real briefly to kind of that partnership that with transit in terms of how the building was designed.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Transit Authority has for a very long time wanted to expand, before even the Blake was there, to expand their footprint in that area to be able to have more transportation in the area. Matt Carpenter is actually available if you want an expert to talk on the history, but it was very important as a publicly owned project to have a public partnership with the Transit Authority rather than treating them as like a separate different entity that doesn't have anything to do with the public. And so we spent a really long time trying to figure out how you can incorporate additional transit on that site as well as housing. And that's what really pushed and changed the shape of the building, honestly, was because of that. Just because they had to re-engineer the supports to be able to enable buses to go, through that area.
Great, thank you. I think that's helpful. And then secondly, I received just a question from Energy Commission Chair Mursky, who had noted that we had passed a low-carbon building materials resolution earlier this year, focused around city work, construction, and just was wanting to see that that was, as kind of submissions come back, that's something that we would be considering as part of that, the proposals as well, if you could speak to that.
You're talking about the emissions from the buses?
No. Sorry to switch on that. So, away from transit to low-carbon building materials.
Yes.
Construction materials.
I don't know what the exact building materials are going to be, but we did incorporate language in here. If you see under the sustainability section, we did want to initially try to make this a all-electric building, but in thinking about the backup battery for the support of the building, we ended up including gas if needed. But we also worked with the sustainability department to come up with the exact language that you see in here about the, I have no idea what any of this means, but target energy use intensity for each building type consistent with the 2030 zero carbon goals of the city and meeting the International Energy Conservation Code, inclusive of the zero code appendix, as well as meeting or exceeding one of these building code requirements that are like a green building code. So we don't know yet what it's going to look like, but we are lockstep with those exact goals.
Further discussion, Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. Is this obviously on the main motion?
It is on the main motion.
Okay.
The amendment was taken.
Thanks, Jennifer, for being here tonight and being with this project since day one. It's been a long, arduous journey, and I'm glad here tonight that I'm able to vote yes on this, and I'm glad we were able to push the fact and get 100 units of affordable housing built directly on this site. As it was stated earlier, this site scores high for low-income tax credits because of the walkability score, the location, et cetera, the desirability of this type of development. And so it's a big win for me for many reasons, and that being one right there. To have something payment in lieu and putting housing in other areas of our community, I think loses sight of that goal and loses sight of that fact. But I wish you well. I know this is a huge endeavor, and I look forward to supporting it here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
I'm very, very excited about this project. Coming from the library board where we did a feasibility study before I ran for council, we also considered rebuilding that parcel and including housing above the library, because who wouldn't want to live above library? So here I am at council looking to approve this. Maybe we can challenge the library to enliven that entire corner. So let's see who comes first, so the city or the library, and seeing that path forward for housing and getting folks close to transportation and services they need. So thank you for this.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. So, and it's just kind of going back around again, but so we've assured us that we're going to have at least 100, which will replace those that were lost when the old building was torn down. I know those were just SRO, but they were homes to people. What do you think the total amount's going to end up in this building? What's your rosy scenario of total affordable units?
Scenario? I think there's going to be a minimum of 140 and potentially more, just because of the additional constraints we're putting on the site. It could be actually more affordable, not less affordable, but it really is impossible to tell until we issue an RFP.
And that might flex with available funds and so on and so on.
All sort of factors factor into that, yeah.
Well, I mean, when was it, 2019, that we sent you off to look at 11 properties or whatever, and you
Yeah.
prioritized them, and you came back with this one as being one of the first ones, and it's possible that this is even more action than I had hoped that we were going to have, concrete action towards making these city sites work for us. So, I'm happy to have been a part of that, and I have when we've discussed these offline, I've had my concerns about this, but, I'm going to have to support it tonight because it's city property. We need to do the best with it. And what I really want to point out is how much I appreciate you, even though we didn't formally make the request that these city properties be considered to be carbon neutral, your understanding that it was best for you in the long run to keep the operating costs down, to have carbon neutral buildings in the Housing Commission portfolio. And so I really want to thank you much for moving forward with that, even though we didn't demand it of you. So thank you, Jennifer.
Further discussion? Councilmember Grand.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I just also want to thank staff for enabling us to still have a great deal of flexibility in this project moving forward. I think with all the variability that you spoke to, it's going to be critically important to see what happens in terms of what we get back from this RFP. So I know there's still a long road ahead, but want to sincerely thank you for all of your efforts and true patience with this body before you, because I'm sure we've tested you multiple times, and thank you for sticking with us and seeing it through.
Further discussion? Thank you. Yeah, for my part, I'm incredibly excited about this rezoning moving forward, about this project moving forward. We have for years, of course, been grappling with the why lot after the loss of the 100 units. And it was back in 2018 when Councilmember Ackerman and I put forward a resolution asking staff to look at this parcel to see whether or not this was a place where we could indeed replace those 100 units and build even more. Of course, that coincides, that resolution was followed on by further actions of council and staff identifying the 10 parcels upon which we can build upon which we can build housing. And that is that's a goal being advanced by this action here tonight. The community has long demanded that we take action to build more affordable housing. The community has given us the resources with the passage of the millage to build more units of affordable housing, and we are now today taking a substantial step forward to achieve that goal, which is, of course, towards our common good. We know that we have an affordability problem in our city. We know that with economic segregation comes unacceptable racial segregation, and we are taking steps to address that as best we can. And this is an important effort along those lines. And so I'd like to thank staff very much for working with us, for working with the community to help get things done, get this to the next step. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. B2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, rezoning of 68 lots in the South State Street and East-West Eisenhower Parkway area to TC1 Transit Corridor District. City-initiated rezoning. Moved by Councilmember Radina, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of B2. Mr. Mahoney, I understand that there is an introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. We also have Brett Leonard here to address the issues or questions around D2.
Thank you.
I'm going to actually have City Planner Alexis DeLeo, who's been leading this initiative, provide those responses.
Thank you. Ooh, lost my screen. We had a few questions come in today. Question 1, what are the criteria for a rezoning to be considered and applied to a specific parcel or group of parcels? And our response was, there are not specific criteria for a rezoning established in the UDC. Generally, these are legislative decisions made on a property or area-wide basis and are evaluated against the city's comprehensive plan, changed conditions in the city, and the overall needs of the area. Question 2 was, in what way do these parcels meet the criteria for a rezoning? Our response, Staff and the Planning Commission have found that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the goals of the city's comprehensive plan as summarized in the staff report. Follow-up, did a specific parcel owner or group of parcel owners request this rezoning? For example, the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act section says an owner of land may voluntarily offer in writing and the local unit of government may approve certain use and development of the land as a condition to a rezoning of the land or an amendment to a zoning map. Do we have that offer from these owners in writing, or are there other causes that can initiate a rezoning of multiple parcels outside of a master plan review? Our response? The proposed rezoning was directed by the City Council in Resolution R20-439, which directed the Planning Commission to forward a transit-supported zoning district to the City Council with preliminary recommendations for geographic areas to consider for such zoning. The proposed rezoning is the first geographic area proposed pursuant to the City Council direction. As the proposed rezoning was initiated by the city, not by any owners, that section of the enabling legislation, which actually refers to conditional zoning, is not applicable. Question 3 of 4, is this mass rezoning considered a zoning text or map amendment? The response is this is a proposed map amendment. And finally, question 4, does our ability to rezone parcels without owner request fall broadly under the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act specific section or some authority? Yes. The response is, this authority falls under Michigan compiled laws 125.320 and in sections 5, 29, 10B of the UDC, which provides that an amendment to the zoning map may be initiated by a property owner, the Planning Commission, or City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion, Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. So this proposed rezoning is as exciting as many of the people who spoke at public hearing felt that it was. It has the potential to transform State and Eisenhower into a downtown on the periphery. That is a destination zone away from the core of the city that offers places to live, work, and shop. We have heard many people call for council to make developers earn the right to create taller residential and mixed-use offerings in this new zone by proposing fully electric projects or providing affordable units. It's really important to remember that every public purpose makes a project more difficult and more expensive to build. Michigan state law does not permit us to require developers to provide affordable units or to build electric buildings, electric heated buildings, you know what I meant. The city sometimes makes greater height contingent on a developer providing affordable and sustainable features in exchange. Transit corridor zoning is recommended because it enables us to advance public purposes like sustainability and affordability without requiring premiums that are not incentives, they are disincentives to development on a city's periphery. So how will this rezoning serve affordability? We already know that rents are lower at State and Eisenhower than they are downtown. If you would like to live at the Standard, which is currently under construction at William and Main, you and a close friend will need to spend a total of $2,900 a month for a 696-foot one-bedroom apartment. And by one bedroom, I mean an apartment that has one bathroom and one bedroom with two beds, separated by a room divider. If you want a single occupancy one bedroom, which is what I thought was what a one bedroom apartment was, that will cost you $2,650 a month for a whopping 537 square feet. If you compare that to Hidden Valley Club Apartments or State Street Village Apartments at South State, you get privacy and more square footage for half the price. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. The Hidden Valley, that place is like 50 years old. Of course it's cheap. You know, we chose, there's no really demonstrated need for this outside of the fact that, you know, the climate change is upon us, and as a body, we've made some policy suggestions and commitments to climate change, to combating climate change. We chose to do this. We're choosing to do this rezoning. But I'm not a fan of just reading stuff, but I got some stuff I put together, ripped from the headlines, ripped from the IPCC report. And these are ways that cities are really demands upon cities and municipal governments to act immediately. Cities can play a positive, this is all quotes from the IPCC report that was just issued. Cities can play a positive role in reducing emissions beyond cities' administrative boundaries through building codes and the choice of construction materials. Clear signaling by governments include a stronger alignment of public sector policies. In other words, if we want carbon neutral buildings by 2025, they have to be built now. We can't let them keep going on building non-carbon neutral buildings. Scaling up and enhancing the use of regulatory instruments, including but not limited to renewable energy, land use, and zoning and building codes. We have the power to do this properly. Low ambitious policies increase the risk of locking in buildings in carbon for decades, while well-designed and effectively implemented mitigation interventions in both new buildings and existing retrofitted ones have significant potential to contribute to achieving sustainable development goals in all regions while adapting buildings to future climate. In other words, we need to make all new construction as carbon neutral as possible and future-proof current and new construction. Mitigation interventions include, at the construction phase, low-emission construction materials, highly efficient building envelopes, and the integration of renewable energy solutions. We're not doing any of that here. None of it. All we're doing is rezoning a bunch of properties and putting our wishful thinking hat on and saying, hey, if there's more, maybe they'll all cost less in 50 years like Hidden Valley Apartments. We're choosing to do this in the face of a climate catastrophe. We're choosing to let development go unabashed in these areas, unimpeded. It's the wrong choice. It's the wrong choice. I'm not going to support this. You shouldn't either.
Councilmember Mow May.
Thank you, and thank you for your passionate plea, Councilmember Hayner. It is unfortunate that this will pass here tonight without embedding or getting any assurances in return. As a small business owner, as an entrepreneur, I have no problem with people making money. And I do have sometimes a problem with the CEO making 500 times the amount that the average hourly worker makes, but that's for another day. As we've heard, this is a city-initiated rezoning. And when we're out there campaigning, and I'll be out there here soon, we are always told about the need for affordable housing, the need for workforce housing, the gentrification of our community. And all too often, if you're going to be honest, which I think most of us are when we're at doors, at least, we tell them there's not a whole lot we can do as a city. But here we have an opportunity to make changes, to set policy, to not get in bed with corporate America, and to lead, to get to the goals that we set. And here we're saying that it's not necessary. The market will wave its invisible hand and we'll get there. And that's kind of what I heard early on before we started developing affordable housing units like we are at 350 South Fifth. That before we started looking at city-owned properties, that the market will provide them with trickle-down economics if we just build more luxury houses. And when you look at it, it actually exasperates the problem. And it has. Because Ann Arbor today is a lot less diverse than it was 20 years ago. I look at this, and I look at this recent offering by the city for liquor licenses. We're going to issue 6 liquor licenses because our population grew. But in doing so, we're requiring these applicants to go through a 10-page application to explain what they're going to do for our sustainability efforts, for a liquor license. You're going to make people jump through hoops for that. But here, when we talk about affordable housing, I'll be back.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I'm hearing a lot of impassioned talk, and I think it's good. I mean, I think the values that we share, I think we share all of the same values. We're looking for sustainable development. We're looking for affordable housing. The question is, is this the best way to get that? Councilmember Dish discussed already that we cannot require affordable or sustainable housing here. That is not permitted by the state of Michigan. So we could have put in premiums. That could have been something we had done. But our experts, the folks that we rely on, our planning staff, has told us that that wouldn't be effective if what we are trying to do is get more housing built in our community. And that is something that I think we also a value that we share. We recognize the fact that we have a lack of housing in our community. We have 80,000 plus commuters who are coming into town every day pre-COVID. Regardless, we know that, as Councilmember Romaloy said, Ann Arbor is getting less diverse than it was 20 years ago. That's because the town is getting more expensive. If we want to bring more diversity back into our community, we need to provide more housing. This isn't perfect zoning. I wish it could be better. I hope that the state will allow us to do that in the future. But I think our primary priority here should be to, develop a zoning district that allows for the type of, denser housing that we want to see to allow for more folks to be living in that area.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to see this come forward. There have been a lot of accusations about this being intentional rezoning. Sure, I'll own that. This is definitely intentional rezoning, one that we've been working on for a long time, and that staff and Planning Commission put tremendous effort into. So I'm, like I said, thrilled to see this come forward. A few points. If we do nothing here and don't have TC1, we don't get more affordable housing. What we get is something like the proposed Outback Steakhouse with 148 parking spaces. That's not necessarily what I want to see, and not just because I'm a vegetarian. It's because that's not the best use of that space. I've also heard, and Councilmember Dish made a good point, it's not just the older apartments. State Street Village was built in 2016. And if you look at the prices of those apartments, there was a comment about a fraction of the cost. They are actually a fraction of the cost, significantly lower than what we see in the downtown, and that's relatively new construction. So putting more supply into the market will make it more affordable in this location. And we've also seen with increased supply in the downtown through these high-rise buildings, that the older ones do eventually become more affordable. We've seen that evidence on South U. And we've, those prices do come down. Luxury is just a word. There's no designation for what makes an apartment luxury other than the developer choosing that word. They could choose fabulous instead. They could choose something else. Luxury is something that they just choose to call it that as part of their marketing, and because it's something that people look for when they look for housing. So, to demonize this type of housing, this type of effort, I think it's been articulated, very well by my colleagues why we can't have some of the things that our colleagues have asked for. And finally, I just want to make the point that those of us that members of the community who've accused us of corruption, how would you feel if I asked you that your integrity was for sale for $1,000? I think you'd be pretty offended by that and feel that that was a ridiculous statement. So I'm not asking you that. Is your integrity worth $1,000? But I will tell you that mine and those who are voting for this tonight for excellent motivations and to really address this housing crisis, that it's not to do someone a favor other than to provide opportunity for people in this community. Thank you.
Further discussions? Councilmember Ramlali.
Thank you. As I was saying earlier, for folks to apply for the new liquor licenses, we're making them jump through hoops left and right. And here we're just completely ignoring it, not even lifting a finger. I'm not here on this end accusing people of corruption. I'm not accusing people at this end. I'm not demonizing anybody. I'm stating that we're falling short. And we are hypocritical. If we need to be consistent, we need to be applying these same sort of values that we are applying on these other, topics and issues to this one here. But for some reason, this one is ignored. And that is just, that we lose credibility. We lose public trust. And it's just disappointing. And I'm not calling anybody corrupt. I'm not calling anyone's integrity into question. Judgment, maybe. And I won't be supporting this tonight. And I think it's going to be difficult for us to go to the voters in November and say, hey, another mill for climate action. But here tonight, it's too much. Can't do it. Can't ask for the developers to actually build for tomorrow. But we can ask the people that are struggling today in their homes with their tax bills to pay more. That's the hypocrisy that I'm talking about. The corporate benefits that we give, and then we turn around to the taxpayer and ask them to shell out more money. Shell out more money for affordable housing, shell out more money for climate action. But when we have an opportunity here to incorporate and embed these policies, we fail to do so.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to address some of the regressive language that I'm hearing here at the table. I wish it could be better. Don't wish. Don't wish, act. You're one of 11 people here that rules this city and has your hands in a $450-60 million budget and served on planning commission. Don't wish, act. Do nothing. Nobody's saying we're doing nothing. Nobody's saying do nothing. I'm saying do the right thing. Do more than what we're doing. Because really, all we are doing here is nothing. All we're doing is saying, hey, build on your parking. We could say this a dozen different ways, and any of them might have an opportunity of being better than this way. When we created a new zoning district, and now we're going to apply it to these parcels, that process is supposed to come from a comprehensive land use review, and we haven't done that. That's a shame. But more importantly, it's supposed to be specific to the area in which it is applied. So TC1 here on South State area is going to be whatever it is, and I wish it well if you vote for it. But when these folks who are saying, put this same experiment everywhere else in the community, that's the wrong take. The next corridor is going to be different than South State. If it's Stadium or Reimagining Washington or whatever, it should be TC2 and TC3 and TC4. Each one is supposed to be unique to the area it's in. This isn't a one-size-fits-all plan. Especially this version isn't a one-size-fits-all plan. So just bear that in mind moving forward, that we need a TC2, and maybe it'll be better. Version 2.
Councilmember Song.
I think I'm going to have to go through the library archives to see if there was as heated arguments when McKinley buildings were first built up in the city and providing housing. Ms. DeLeo, can you tell me with this new zoning, are we doing tax exemptions as well? I mean, if we're, right, is there an answer to that?
The land use and zoning ordinance is 100% separate from any tax exemptions. And I am not familiar enough with tax code to know if a developer could apply for tax codes. I mean, I'm aware of there's low-income housing tax credits if they're choosing to do that. But beyond that, land use is entirely separate from the taxing structure.
Okay, I asked it because I think, I don't know why we're forgetting that new development brings revenue to the city. And that's needed revenue to fund social services, to fund our operations. So this is not just a benefit for a particular developer. It seems like when we develop housing for people who need to live in the housing, and we also develop ways to sustain this city. So a reminder that this is not a new exercise for the city. We've built housing before. And what this zoning is really calling for is more dense zoning to provide more opportunity for more people. So I hope we can get to a vote. Thanks.
Further discussion. Councilmember Nelson.
This is in my ward, so I feel like I should comment on it. I really do appreciate all the perspectives at the table, and I think I particularly appreciate the idea that this corridor is unique in the same way that Stadium is unique and Plymouth is unique, and other corridors are hopefully going to be considered as different, separate issues. A couple comments about this one. I can't remember what the topic was, but one of our public commenters earlier said something good now is better than something fantastic never. And I really do believe that. I have a lot of reservations about how wide open this zoning is. However, this was the best that this body was willing to do. And anyone who has any familiarity with this area surely understands how underutilized it is and just how much empty pavement is filling parking lots. And I do see this as an improvement, and I think it's also fair for the community to ask what was driving it in this particular way. I am going to support this, not because I think it is perfect, and I am quite skeptical about much of what is promised in what is likely to happen in this area. I will say that Ward 4 is familiar with the promise of mixed use and the promise of what's going to happen when you stack a bunch of apartments together and how it's going to we're familiar with this, and we're familiar with how it's not happening. And so this is going to move forward. I'm going to join my colleagues in supporting it because it's going to be an improvement from what is there now. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough with my enthusiasm earlier in terms of wishing for more. Of course, we can always wish for more. There are things that I wish out of our state building code that I think would be helpful when we're considering decisions like this. However, I want to make it clear that we're getting a lot out of this TC1 district. There is a lot of benefit. We are not getting nothing. And this is what's driving this is our land use plans. And those land use plans and the comprehensive plan that we've developed was developed with the input of our community and community members requiring and asking us to do a lot more with our zoning. And it's been in our plans for a long time, and this is us finally acting on that element to try to improve our zoning by providing this new district. And so, just reading from the staff report, you'll notice there are numerous bullet points discussing which portions of our land use element and different parts of our master plan that this is going to be furthering. But, there are the specific elements that planning staff sees in terms of it improving is our sustainability, access and choice in housing, housing affordability, reducing vehicle miles traveled, relieving vehicle congestion, supporting existing transit service, and supporting and expanding non-motorized transportation. So these are elements that we anticipate this new zoning district helping to further in our community, and that's pretty exciting. It's an exciting evening for Ann Arbor, I believe.
Councilmember Regina.
Thank you, Mayor. I am excited to see this move forward tonight. This is something that, I campaigned on during the course of my election and spoke to neighbors about. As folks continue to think about how we need to provide additional housing options here in our community, going door to door, I heard from a lot of neighbors about the fact that the South State Street area made sense for more dense development, for us to have growth where folks could get easy access to transportation, to go downtown, to get to work, but also to have access to the amenities and the services that they needed. I've heard a lot of, for lack of a better word, fear-mongering about what is motivating this move tonight, and I think, frankly, I can speak for myself. We have said over and over and over again that our community has a housing crisis. In order for us to resolve that housing crisis, we need to act, and we need to have more growth that makes sense in our community so that neighbors can move in and have a place to live that is close to their work and close to the things that they need. And so this isn't a hard decision for me. It's something that I've talked to neighbors about. It's something that we all know makes sense for the area. And ultimately, I also just want, to acknowledge that I have also heard from a lot of folks about how it would be great if we could have places like Argus and Ruse Roast and all of these wonderful Ann Arbor businesses in every neighborhood so that people could walk to them. But the only way that we can do that is to make sure that there's enough housing in the area to support those businesses. And so for us to be able to do that, we need to build more housing to accommodate not only the demand, but also to see more growth around some of those amazing businesses that we're so happy to have in our neighborhoods. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
2 decades ago, I served on the Ann Arbor Public School Board of Education. We passed a bond and we built a new high school. It was a LEED certified building. It had geothermal. That's 20 years ago we were planning for that because we wanted to provide something for a future generation. We want to provide something for a future generation today. When I talk to young people, they are very, very concerned about the climate crisis. But we're not addressing that, and we're not addressing development. We're not addressing mixed use. There are all these wonderful things that we want and that we wish for. But what this is doing is this is a city-initiated zoning change. And so what we're telling to the many hardworking, tax-paying property owners in our community is we're going to be coming and asking you for a sustainability tax, 1 mil, because we need it, because we really care about climate change. We have sustainability goals, but this TC1 is an exception to that. It is not consistent with A20. It is simply changing the zoning of property. And when we compare Hidden Valley and State Street Village, those apartment rates are lower because the land value is lower. You can't build high rises on those properties. So I won't go on other than to say I am very disappointed, and I'm extremely disappointed in we are letting down the youth and the young people of this community that are truly grieving about the climate emergency that we face. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I've spoken to a lot of young people about this proposal, and they're all really excited about it. The ways in which this proposal supports our climate action goals have been articulated many times at this table, but it doesn't hurt to kind of recap them again. Building housing along transit corridors is inherently more sustainable because it allows people to ditch their cars and take mass transit, to bike, to get around in ways that avoid the use of the thing that's driving climate change in our society, the combustion automobile. Getting people closer to where they work, where they go to school, instead of driving in from the suburbs or farther. That supports our climate action plan. There are things that, again, we cannot require because state law doesn't allow it. And we've heard loud and clear from planning experts that the more the more rules we try to put on these things, the things that we are allowed to do, the less likely it is that anything will be developed at all. And so this plan, I'm really excited about. I think it's going to lead to new housing in our community. And in an area where, like Councilmember Radina, I heard over and over again from voters when I spoke with them on their doorsteps that it is an area that is acceptable for development. This has been discussed for so long in our community, and it's time to just do it. And I'm really excited that we're here. We're going to be hopefully passing this tonight. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for it. And then we can look at where the next area in our community is going to be. So again, I think this supports our climate action plan. It supports our affordability priorities because these will be more affordable than a lot of what is being built downtown. And the mere fact of having more housing is going to make the existing housing that we have more affordable. It's not trickle-down economics, it's filtering, and it's a well-known, well-documented thing that happens in housing due to supply and demand. So I'm excited, let's vote for it.
Further discussion, Councilmember Griswold.
I agree with the goals that were outlined by Councilmember Iyer. And I want to get to those goals. The problem is when you pass a zoning or you assign zoning to properties and you make those properties have higher values, some experts would argue that you're actually decreasing the probability that they will be developed. What we're doing is we're creating properties that are going to be almost as valuable as properties downtown. And so if you can build downtown, you're going to be able to pay more in rent. If you're building out near Briarwood, you're not going to be able to charge as much for rent. So I just think that we are jumping from zoning and higher property values to all these wonderful things that will only result if we have development, and we're not approving development tonight. I wish we were. I wish we had site plans coming before us that we could approve, but we don't. Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I'm very excited about the step we're taking today. Supply and demand is not a joke. It's the law. And what we are doing is we are enabling the market to create substantially more, thousands perhaps more units of housing in the city of Ann Arbor to house future neighbors. This is consistent and frankly furthers a variety of our important city goals. It furthers our goal to improve affordability. It does this because of the nature of the location of the units that will be built on TC1 zoning. They are on transit corridors. They are not in the central downtown. They're not in our more expensive single-family zones. They're on transit corridors. They will, of their nature, be more attainable by more people. Further, it advances our goal of sustainability because it is on these units that will be created in these districts. Because they are on transit corridors, folks will be able to come in and out of the downtown without a car, using existing resources and potentially expanded transit resources. Further, it advances our sustainability goals because it will be creating dense housing. Dense housing is, of its nature, more sustainable, more energy efficient than single-family housing. It also advances sustainability goals because it will bring people who presently work outside of the city into the city, thereby reducing the carbon cost of their commutes. And finally, I'll say, it will also advance our goals with respect to equity. It's not a panacea, but by the creation of more attainable housing, what you do is you offset the racial disparities associated with economic segregation. These are goods. These are public goods. The advance of TC1 zoning will not solve these overnight. Everything we do in government is incremental and iterative. This is yet another one of those steps, albeit a large one, and it is one that I'm excited that we are about to take. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Rumlawi.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Motion carries.
C1, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of water supply system revenue bond series 2022 to the Michigan Finance Authority. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Hayner.
Please support this because we're trying to get some of that cheap money before it's all gone.
Further discussion. Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, these are bonds to help improve and renovate our water treatment facility. And when I'm out talking to people, fresh water, quality water is something that they usually mention within their top 5 priorities. This will support that goal, and we need to update our treatment facility. I won't take people's time tonight to explain how old it is. I think we've already heard about that. But this is needed, and yes, the interest rate is less than 2% for this year.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Rumlawi.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC1, resolution to support the No Mow Initiative 2020, moved by Councilmember Rumlawi, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Nelson.
I think anyone can Google and look up Mow May. This was prompted by an article in the New York Times. A number of residents reached out to all of council, and then there were sort of two things happening at once. I submitted a resolution to our city administrator, and at the same time, Councilmember Griswold and Councilmember Dish were working on something. And at any rate, the concept of this is the studies that have shown that the growth in open green space in early spring is extremely valuable to pollinators and the ecosystem. And so the idea of leaving your yard in these early weeks of spring brings a huge benefit to all of the good things that we want happening in the natural environment with the bees and every other sort of animal. I am not an expert on this issue, but I rely on members of the community to educate me about issues like this one. So this is just the city is urging residents to think about this and consider leaving their yards alone for the month of May. And I know that there are some, did we simply substitute the new version? Is that what happened? Okay. All right, so the original version of this was having public communications, having the city sort of share information about the value of this and invite residents to participate. And our legal department gave recommendations to warn residents that some of our ordinances do apply. You cannot have overgrowth that is interfering with sight on sidewalks. You can't have growth that's falling on sidewalks and interfering with people getting about and seeing where they're going. So there are a few caveats to this, but I think that's the gist of it. And there are several co-sponsors that may have something else to add. Like I said, I educated myself about this mostly by Googling. This reminded me of a number of years ago when we were educated about not raking our leaves and the value of leaving those leaves on the ground over wintertime. And when I learned about that, it was something new that I started doing in my own yard. So this is something new that hopefully a lot of us can start to do in our own natural spaces. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Don't you really want someone to tell you to do less work? This is such a great initiative, and I want to thank Rita Mitchell on the Environmental Commission for bringing this to Kathy and me, and I'm especially grateful to Kathy because I was a little bit overloaded when this came forward, and Kathy worked to reconcile the version that Rita had brought to us and the version that Councilmember Nelson was working on. So yes, don't rake every last leaf in the fall. Don't jump out there and start mowing on the 1st of May. And if your recycling can isn't full, don't take it to the curb.
Councilmember Briggs.
Just to add to those thanks, excited to see this coming forward. Be Safe Ann Arbor, which is another organization that reached out to us urging us to adopt Mow May as well. And so it's good to have that sort of grassroots advocacy here, especially for this type of initiative. Yep, I just reiterate what Councilmember Dish was saying. You know, this is one of those great initiatives where you get to save money and do less and relax and do something really good for our planet. So it's a win for the month of May.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I do appreciate the spirit that this resolution is coming forward. I will support it because it's just a gentle suggestion and it's not going to require our residents and others to do something. This is just a friendly reminder, perhaps. I do have some concerns, though. We do get quite a few emails from residents who are not happy with the length of grass in our parks and how. So I got a couple questions in a second as it relates to what, if anything, is going to change with our Parks Department and how often they're mowing. And I also heard there's a suggestion of not taking out your compost very often, but as you know, sometimes that's fine with your recycling, and sometimes it's okay with your trash. But the compost gets really unsanitary really fast, and I don't know the wisdom in leaving compost uncollected for a length of time. It could bring in some really bad health consequences to the area. So, and that being said, yeah, it's great. Mow less often, and I think every little bit helps. But back to the question at hand is how is this going to affect city mowing operations?
I'm not aware of a particular restriction in that regard. What I'm aware of us discussing is making sure that any public safety issue be addressed, which I think Councilmember Nelson was alluding to earlier. And I'm not sure if there's additional staff available to address further how parks might be handled.
I know that we have a mowing cycle every 2 weeks, yeah, it would be great if we had somebody from staff if they're available to answer that.
Ms. Boulder, do you see city staff available on this item?
Mr. Mahoney, I don't know if the city attorney is available, but I don't have any staff on Zoom specifically for this item.
If I can just suggest, my suspicion is that this is a resolution that does not obligate action. It would be the sort of thing where staff would use its best judgment, probably not mowing stray fields, probably mowing little children's soccer fields.
Thank you, Mayor. I can say, I do know there was some, maybe concern might be too strong of a word, but there was at least some conversation around ensuring that we are able to stay up with our mowing cycle. And so a deferral of that was something that staff was talking about the implications of. But I can get you a clearer answer a little bit later.
But it's fair to say that staff will use its best judgment to
Yes.
meet the goals of the resolution and the recreational needs of its members.
Yes.
Super.
Mr. Delacorte is available.
All right. Mr. Delacorte, do you have anything to add?
I do not. I think in the delayed time it took me to get here, you guys have answered it in the exact manner I would. We will work with those who are more knowledgeable in this than I, and if there are areas in the park that could forego mowing to support council's directive, we will look into that and make sure the areas that need to be mowed for use and activity continue to be done so.
Thank you. Councilor Dish?
Yes, I'm sorry. I forgot to thank Attorney Slay, who helped us reword the resolution to protect the pedestrian safety provisions in our code, and I'm very grateful. We are very grateful to her.
Councilor Griswold?
Yeah, I want to also thank the pollinator group of the Environmental Commission. And I can tell you that this has been a real joy working on this. My daughter was visiting last week, and she really wanted me to change the title so it included the word honey. She thought people would be more motivated if they actually could visualize increasing the honey yield if we didn't mow, because we'd have, less harm to the pollinators. But anyway, I see this as a paradigm shift from where we're usually enforcing, rules, and we have ordinances about enforcement, and this is really about trying to educate and encourage people so that they do the desired behavior, at the same time empowering staff to use their own judgment to do what's best. And so I think moving forward, I hope we have more resolutions like this so that we're actually educating and encouraging and empowering. But anyway, I want to thank everyone. And also the goal is to pilot the resolution as it's written this year, get feedback after May, and then come up with a robust model resolution that we can adopt for future years and also share with other communities. So again, thanks.
Further discussion? Councilor Raleigh, will you? Councilor Briggs?
I just remembered one small request that I had received from somebody. I think it was Appleton, Wisconsin, that piloted this. Was the first city in the U.S. that adopted this. I know that there are numbers about kind of how many households participated that first year. If it's not too cumbersome for staff to do so, it might be nice to put up a simple form on our website as we're educating. People could sign up and just report that they are participating, so we could track this from year to year if that is something staff is interested in.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DB1, resolution to approve the Sartorius 3874 Research Park Drive redevelopment brownfield plan. Moved by Councilmember Malawi, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of DB1. Councilmember Griswold.
I would just like to thank the leadership of Sartorius, not only for remaining here tonight, this very long meeting, but just the solution-oriented attitude and what they have shown in their cleanup efforts, in their willingness to work with the Office of Sustainability Initiatives. So I just want you to know that that does not go unnoticed, and thank you very much.
Further discussion? Councilmember Amaloy.
I would just simply like to echo those last comments made by my colleague. Thank you very much for being here tonight. We got a long ways to go, but sorry you had to wait this long. And again, we do appreciate the efforts and the proactive nature that this is progressing with. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
If we take a look at where this will be, it'll be actually not too far from where we just passed TC1 zoning. So perhaps this will help with those 300 new employees coming to the area to find a hopefully affordable place to live.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Excellent. DS1, resolution to approve industrial facilities exemption certificate between the City of Ann Arbor and Sartorius Bioanalytical Instruments. Moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DS1. Councilmember
Mr. Mayor,
Grant.
Per staff request and Sartorius
we're
request.
asking for postponement.
No, I understand, but we need to move it and second it so
Yeah,
that we can
and
postpone.
so we're going to move to postpone. Did they have a date? Did staff have a date? I apologize for not.
Mr. Mahoney?
We didn't have a date certain. We just recognize we have a little bit more work to do. We've made some progress, and we are asking for time to get the work finished.
1 month?
Mr. Delacorte?
30 days is perfect.
Mr. Delacorte, repeat.
30 days is excellent. Thank you.
So to the first meeting in May?
Works for us.
Let's roll with the first meeting in May.
Yeah, we want to avoid budget, so, yeah.
All right, the motion postponed to the first meeting in May, moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the postponement. All in favor? Opposed? It is postponed. Thank you. DS2, resolution to direct the allocation of ARPA funds, moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Adina. Discussion, please, of DS2.
Really? Really?
Councilmember Ramlowy.
Thank you. It's the night. It's the part of the night we've all been waiting for. It's getting late, unfortunately, because this is some of the most important decisions we're going to be making. I and others have provided some amendments that we can get to later. I appreciate the time that Mr. Mahoney and others have taken to put forward the recommendations, to take into account existing council policy, to take into account residents' input, and also to look at all the other intangibles as to the requirements of this funding, as to the facts of these programs being funded from other sources, a whole list of things that need to go into formulating this set of recommendations. It wasn't easy. I don't think in the end everyone's going to be happy, but I think in the end, I hope everyone will be satisfied and that these funds will go to the folks that deserve it the most and that need it the most. And I look forward to the next hour or so of deliberations and discussions. And I hope that we understand that we're doing this for the collective good and that people can put aside the pettiness that sometimes finds itself in some of our discussions, and that we realize we're here to do a job and do it for the city in the people of Ann Arbor. And have that in the forefront of your mind when you're taking votes and having discussions. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Can I ask a procedural question?
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I wondered if I could ask a procedural question.
Sure.
So there was a handful of, I think, 4 amendments that were published,
There were.
and I don't know if those are going to be brought by individuals. I also have some amendments that I shared with everyone earlier, including Mr. Doney and staff. So I don't know what the order is for that, but I just wanted to make sure that we all had opportunity to introduce our amendments.
I don't know that there's an established order, and as to the published amendments, those are only brought if folks bring them. So an amendment does not get moved and seconded by being in the packet. It requires a mover and a seconder at the table.
So when you ask if anybody want to talk and there was silence, should I make the assumption that it's okay for me to go ahead and put an amendment forward?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to send it to the clerk and all of you and Mr. Doney at the same time. So I'm going to move an amendment, one of 4 that I have prepared. And now I got to find it again because I just sent it. Here we go. I don't know, all these have titles and whereas clauses and resolve clauses, and I don't know if you want to go through all the whereas. If you want me to read that out loud, you can read it yourselves. This first amendment is to direct direct the allocation of ARPA funds, or in this case, redirect ARPA funds to affordable housing causes. And so I don't know if you want me to read the whole thing in, or what you want to do.
Well, I mean, council members can certainly read it. Members of the public might be interested to know what it is. Maybe you should just read the resolve clause.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, So there's 2, in this case, resolve the funding currently earmarked for solar on city facilities, $4.5 million, be budgeted instead to property acquisition for affordable housing, bringing that amount to $8,000, and further resolve that these funds may be used to pay off the bonds on 350 South 5th, placing whole ownership of the property known as the Y Lot to the Ann Arbor Housing Commission.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Rumlowy. Councilmember Hayner, you have the floor.
Thanks. I mean, the whereas clause tell the tale. The use of ARPA funds is intended primarily to assist those most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and additional guidelines discourage uses that create new programs or add on to existing programs that may require ongoing financial commitments. Affordable housing is an overdue need. It's a priority in our city policy. It ranked highly among polled preferences for ARPA funding, and giving additional money to affordable housing can remove these market barriers to the maximum amount of built units happening in our city. And so it's my desire that we direct this funding to a tangible need in our community that is also in keeping with what my mantra is going to be when examining these amendments and the resolution fully is, how is this helping people who were most impacted by most directly helping people, industries that were most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still ongoing. So that's going to be my sort of a litmus test, as it were. And so I put forward this notion that we give more money to Gen Hall because we know what's happened with folks during this pandemic. There's people out on the street. So thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold.
I just have a procedural issue. I thought that any amendments were due last week, so I'm not inclined to support resolutions that were just brought forward tonight, given that they haven't been shared with the public for a week as the other ones have, so the community has no opportunity to weigh in.
Further discussion? Councilmember Rumlowy.
I'll just use this opportunity to speak as to the effects of COVID. I do have the same concerns my colleague just raised, that the public and the others have not had the opportunity to look at these amendments, understand the consequences and the trade-offs. Again, as I said earlier tonight, this is one of the bigger votes that we're going to have, I think, this year. To the direct consequences that it'll have on people's lives, and that I don't take lightly. But I do share the concerns that are raised by Councilmember Hayner in this regard. My experience and my observations of COVID is that there's a K recovery here. Housing has gone through the roof. Energy prices are going through the roof. Food costs are going through the roof. And that's affecting the lower and middle incomes the most. Folks at the top, many of the folks at this table, if not all, except for, can't speak for everybody, but they're still going to eat the same way, still going to live the same way. But there's many people in the community, they're going to have to make some difficult choices going ahead. And all the aid and all the government money that's been spent, in my opinion, is premature. Because it's going to be now and going forward that the help is mostly going to be needed. And I feel that early on in the pandemic, all the opportunists in the world came out and took advantage of the pandemic for economic gain. And we see it. We see it. Corporate profits crossed $3 trillion last year, up over $1 trillion in 1 year. So, again, I like the spirit of these amendments because I think it does target the folks that need it the most. And in this case, people who need housing. And it's scary right now to look at housing prices. It's scary as heck. If you don't have a house already, you're SOL.
Councilor Hayner.
Thanks. I'll just address the concerns that were raised by Councilwoman Griswold. So this ad hoc rulemaking that we had going on here, where things had to have at least 3 sponsors and had to be in by a certain time to be published, is all well and good, except it doesn't exist in our council rules. And so amendments are allowed to be brought at any time. And so I sent this out Friday. It was available to Ms. Higgins and Mr. Mahoney on Friday. The fact that it wasn't added to the agenda is I'm not sure why it wasn't added to the agenda even as a footnote or an attachment. So these existed last week. The public could have had a look at them. Now, I didn't go and round up a bunch of sponsors because, to be frank, all of you guys want to work with me on anything. You kick me off your boards and commissions. Nobody calls me about crap. So how am I supposed to round up sponsors? So I'm out here doing the best I can by listening to the public and listening to the ongoing stream of public comments we've had about this and emails we've received and trying to write up the best I can. So here's 4 of them. And yeah, you only get to read them now. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say about that. They were sent last week to Ms. Higgins and Mr. Mahoney. And I have 3 more.
Further discussion? Councilman Radina.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to just echo the concerns that Councilmember Griswold already shared. I'm not going to support any amendments tonight that were not part of the public engagement process. We were really, really intentional in the ARPA process about engaging the community, both through the regular standard process that we went to get the initial recommendations, but also while the intention behind the ad hoc rules are not prescribed in our rules because this is a relatively unique circumstance. The intention behind that was to ensure that the community remained engaged and had the opportunity to provide feedback. We saw that for a number of the amendments that were offered and were shared publicly. The community engaged pretty significantly on those. And so because I actually think we could have been doing more community engagement throughout this process, particularly with communities that don't often participate. I'm not going to support any amendments for this money being allocated that the public has not had an opportunity to weigh in on.
Further discussion? Councilmember Amlawi.
Going back to the procedural questions, are these 4 amendments that are being proposed by Councilmember Hayner going to be allowed to take a vote are we gonna, if they're seconded, do we have a decision on that?
Of course, well, the answer to that is of course, and I will say the recommendations that we follow the procedure associated with the budget was in the course of the communications very clear that it was non-exclusive. That is to say that it did not limit each of our authorities at the table to make whatever amendments we chose. The wisdom of doing it is a separate matter, but as a matter of our authority, we each have the ability at the table to make what amendments we will.
Thank
So
you.
these amendments are entirely in order. Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Amlawi.
Councilmember Umlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Now, you're going to love this, because I'm going to issue all 4 of these. I'm going to go ahead and issue my amendments. I'm not going to ask Mr. Mahoney or Ms. Higgins why they weren't published, except they didn't have enough sponsors, they didn't make it under the deadline. Well, we all don't work on the same schedule. But it's well within the rules and my authority and my ability to introduce these. And I would hope that, unlike some people who take and make statements to read at the table, that we are dynamic creatures who can think and move and act in real time here. So I've sent a second one that I would move an amendment. And again, with my IT here, I gotta see which one this was. So this is a resolution to redirect allocation ARPA funds towards water infrastructure improvements, which already exist in the ARPA spending.
So perhaps read the resolve clause?
Resolve that the proposed ARPA funding for the Gallup Park Bridge of $2.3 million be given completely to the galvanized water service line replacement program to accelerate and fund the replacement process.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Lowy. Councilmember Hayner, you have the floor.
Look, the final rule guidelines for distributing ARPA funds state proper uses to make necessary improvements in investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And the city's been mandated by the state of Michigan under lead and copper rules that the city remove all lead service lines that connect homes to water mains, as well as galvanized lines and steel lines that were connected to lead lines. And water qualities, we're already making substantial and costly improvements to our water treatment facility when these lead and copper rules that are essentially unfunded mandates came before us. So the houses that have these lines are necessarily old and make up a substantial part of the city's existing affordable housing stock. And residency houses, frankly, I could have held up jars, because I've turned a bunch into Paul at the water department when I've been in places working. I see, we got a galvanized service line. Does the city know? They're receiving discolored water. It's our number one priority. It's the number one priority of municipalities to serve clean water to its residents, as far as I'm concerned. And we're aggressively moving forward with identifying problem houses through the Water Meter Replacement Program and the work of the Water System Advisory Council. We're positioned to act, and they've identified over 2,000 houses in need of replacement, up to $10,000 apiece. It's millions and millions of dollars. And so I'm just asking that a considered infrastructure project, the Gallup Park Bridge replacement, be used for one that actually meets the final rule guidelines and its investment in our water infrastructure.
Further discussion? Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the spirit that these are brought under and given the opportunity to my colleague to speak and present them, although I won't be supporting them because of concerns that have been raised with allowing the public to be engaged in the process when they have this significant impact on these programs. When it comes to these two specific issues here, the one before and this one, there are current revenue streams, there are programs and funds to address these programs. And the one prior, we have an affordable housing millage. And this one, obviously, the water rates cover this. My question, I guess, since we're on the topic, is whether, if this is for Mr. Dehoney or staff, where are we schedule-wise in addressing the unfunded mandate to replace these lines? Are we on target? Are we behind?
It's an ongoing process. We think we have it under control, but to give you a precise answer as to where we are on the schedule, I need to get back to you on that, sir.
I would just add something to that if I could, because it's a long-term, the state has given us many, many years to do this, but it takes a long time too. So we're not behind in any way. We're poised to act.
I'll let my colleagues speak, and then I got a question. Go ahead.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. Again, I guess I could reiterate what Councilmember Malawi pointed out, that the points that are being raised tonight are not unimportant or irrelevant, and it's important that these conversations happen in public. I do want to point out a correction, because this is the second time I've heard it now. The idea that I think one of my colleagues said it was totally wrong for capital improvements to happen on anything other than water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. That is not true. So this is the Gallup Park Bridge is an example of something that we are doing because it is absolutely permitted in terms of the revenue loss that was calculated last fall that we were all informed about. So I will not be supporting this. It's frustrating that this is a conversation that probably could have happened weeks ago. I'm sorry that this just is not an appropriate time, I don't feel, for us to have an in-depth discussion about this. It's something we should have been talking about a while ago.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I just want to point out that to the public and to my colleagues here, that if you read the resolution here, what we're doing is asking Mr. Dehoney here, our administrator, to include these in the budget conversation. So be prepared to see these amendments again when we have our budget conversation. That's all I'm going to say about that, because this is but one step in committing these federal funds that have been generously windfallen to this community. And I strongly believe that we should look for the ways, and some of the ways that have not been offered to amending, like the UBI or whatever, as one example, perfectly fit the role of helping those who have been most impacted by COVID. I don't even think the UBI should be a pilot. I mean, we don't even need a pilot. Countries and communities, there's a mayor's organization of UBI and so on. They're doing it already. And so I think that's a perfectly good idea as one example. But, some of these I don't agree with. And so you'll see these again when the budget comes by. I'm going to do the last two. But, go ahead and I don't even think you have to roll call vote. It doesn't matter to me. You can see how it goes in this chamber. So.
Further discussion? Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. The point was raised earlier, just a minute ago, by Councilmember Nelson, that the Parks Department did suffer one of the biggest losses of revenue during the pandemic. And I know that this bridge was slated for replacement well before 2020. But I just do want to highlight that fact that the Parks Department, the Parks budget got eviscerated during the pandemic. My question is to the $2.5 million or the $2 million that the administrator had put forth. If I could ask while we're on it, how was that number derived? Is there anything, or was it just based on everything else that you landed on $2 million?
We looked at the complete set of feedback that we got, the items that were responded to by the public. We went through and looked at if you were to weight what kind of feedback there was. There was also, as you know, you would expect, the need exceeded the amount of resources. We were also keen about which things we could do and actually complete. And so the bridge being inserted was something that could be completed within the amount of resources that we had, but the other elements could not be. And so it's a multiplicity of items or factors that went into the total list that you got.
Thank you. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember,
I'm sorry, thank you very much. My apologies. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Councilmember Mow May,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Medina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson, no. Councilmember Briggs,
No.
motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion, Councilmember Hayner.
Yes, in keeping with the political theater aspects that everyone loves so much, I'd move to amend DS2 in the resolution to direct allocation of some reallocation of ARPA funds to the arts. Resolved that one half of the funds earmarked for Vision Zero plan implementation, $1 million, be given instead to the category Funding for the Arts.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I appreciate my far-end colleague seconding these. It means a lot to me. I know where you're coming from. You know, it's a good space that you're doing that, and I just want to thank you for that. I think that the funding for the arts, the ARPA funding states that there must be a negative economic impact or economic harm experienced by an individual or class, and the funds must be used to respond to the public health emergency with respect to negative economic impacts. And we have seen over and over again how the arts in all their forms as an economic segment are important, and they're an important participant to our local economy. And they've been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, which is why I brought this forward. And I mean, I think we saw even this weekend that the arts are trying to make a comeback here in Ann Arbor, right? And we even voted today to have some art commission stuff assigned to the various capital projects. So we recognize the benefit of the arts, but we fully and continually underfund them in our community. And so that's the spirit in which this resolution is brought.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I move to postpone this motion indefinitely.
Is there a second? No second.
I move to postpone
Can you postpone?
indefinitely this amendment.
I am uncertain that you can postpone an amendment.
You can't?
Now that you raised now that the question is more in my mind, I don't know that that's a possibility.
Okay.
Further discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, I appreciate the acknowledgement, Councilmember Hayner. I do feel that it's important to have public debate. You know, that's how we're setting public policy. And even though I don't support any of these, I do think it's a value, and I think we should take the time and have these discussions. Unfortunately, many of these conversations don't happen in the public purview. I agree that the creative class, the working class, have been hit the hardest and are going to have the hardest time recovering as well because of the inflationary pressures, because of a failed monetary policy. Again, in this case, I won't support it. Hopefully we can do better in supporting our arts. You know, this weekend we had festivals, thousands of people, kids, all ages, out enjoying themselves in some cold, unhospitable weather, but they still came out. And the intangible value of having that. You can't put a dollar, you can't put a price tag on what that means. But it's unfortunate we, as a community, value the arts, but we don't put our money behind it to really show it. And so we'll see what happens later on tonight, but in this case, because of prior stated reasons, I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Amlawi.
Councilmember Amlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Redina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Nope.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion, Councilmember Hayner.
All right, I'd like to move an amendment to DS2, a resolution to set aside the allocation of some ARPA funds for future use and service of those who have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Amlawi. Councilmember Hayner.
The resolve clause states simply that half of the funds earmarked for Vision Zero plan implementation, $1 million, instead be set aside to be considered for use as necessary in fiscal year 2023 and 24, which is the expiration of the spending on this, with special consideration given to programs helping the elderly and children in our community recover from the impact of the pandemic. The pandemic's still in existence. The city of Ann Arbor is still under a state of emergency. We haven't revoked the mayor's emergency authority. We still have a pandemic, so I'm just asking that we set aside some of this money, because when neighbors and constituents talk to me about this ARPA funding, and I say, what do you think is going to help people out the most? They don't say bike lanes, okay? They don't say bike lanes, not a single one. And that's what Vision Zero implementation is, partially. And so the last two resolutions split some of that between the arts, which is a needed and valued industry, and considerations of future uses. Just setting $1 million aside as this thing plays itself out, and we realize, hey, we have a big mental health crisis on our hands. We have a lot of kids who are going hungry. We got whatever it is. So that's all this was, little saving for a rainy day under the deadline of the spending deadlines, rather. So.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Amlawi.
Councilmember Amlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Redina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Ms. Councilmember Ramali is exempt from this criticism, but I just want to point out that y'all just voted against affordable housing, clean water, the arts, and seniors and children.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Amlawi.
I'm not sure what particular order you're going to allow the amendments to be moved, but if there's not any
don't have-
particularity to it, I would like to move Amendment 4.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Amlawi.
Recently, it was told to us that we will be receiving a windfall of marijuana excise tax money to the city in the tune of $1.4 million. This is nearly $1 million more than we had received the prior year, and $1.4 million than we received the year before that. These monies are not necessarily budgeted as reoccurring. So in this case, I, along with my co-sponsors, were moved by the fact that we could increase our funding to the coordinated partners, community partners, increase our funding by nearly $1 million if we were to use the additional money that comes from the marijuana excise tax without disturbing or taking away the funding that is available for the city's deflection and diversion program that was set up by City Attorney Ariane Slay. It allows that to continue and helps support the unarmed response plan that we will hopefully support and adopt. I'm not sure there's a lot of confusion in the community among a few people who believe that we will be doing something to take away from somewhere else. And essentially, what we're doing is adding another $1 million to helping those in our community who need it the most. And we're replacing it with the marijuana excise tax that we have gone on record and voted for to help social justice issues such as this. And I hope that everyone at this table tonight will see the benefits in supporting this. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have of the sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the city administrator. We did hear from Dr. Jackson earlier about the existing use of some funds for the diversion and expungement program. I know from conversations with staff that there's some intention of continuing that program this year and also to potentially expand that to include deflection, which would do exactly what Dr. Jackson talked about in terms of keeping people out of the criminal justice system and partnering with our unarmed response in order to help get folks into voluntary programs before they have, a potential case hanging over their heads. Do we currently have funding for those programs, acknowledging that some of this marijuana excise tax money was used last year? Is this something that's already been planned for, or are these dollars kind of available for this purpose?
If you look at the total amount of money, $476,000 is what we have budgeted for, if you will. The remainder of the dollars have not yet been allocated, nor has the administration formulated a recommendation to make to you about their use. So in essence, they are available for however you would choose to direct their use.
Councilmember Dish.
I am not at all opposed to considering transferring some of the new marijuana excise money to COFU if that's how we want to spend it. But in my memory, when I wasn't on council yet, talked about how to spend the first round of marijuana money, you spent some time on that. We did just learn about this on March 24th, which is 10 days ago. And I really don't want to make a decision about where to put the new $900,000 at the table right now without looking at the range of options. Gentle correction, it is being spent now on diversion and expungement. Deflection is not something that we have. It is something that people want. It is exactly what Dr. Jackson spoke about so earlier. And so I would like to not commit these funds until we've heard a recommendation from staff and had some time to deliberate about how we can best realize what I believe was what you all voted for, which was to use the marijuana funds to directly help those who'd been most harmed by the war on drugs. And deflection would be consistent with that.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thank you. As the author of the Resolution 210522, which was the resolution to commit marijuana excise tax rebate funds, along with Councilwoman Nelson and Councilman Romali, several other co-sponsors. So it happened in 21. My understanding when we created that was that, and it even says in the final resolve clause, city administrator directed to consider application of these funds or creation of programs to receive this funding fiscal year 2022, which we're in now, and includes consideration of using the funds in all future budgets moving forward. And I think we had the sense that those funds were going to grow as the industry grew. And so I think that the four, such as specifically related to restorative and alternative strategies for public safety and community support, should still stand, right? And so I don't have a problem shifting this around and send a little one way because we know we're going to have more. We didn't name it as, we didn't call it in this unarmed response. Emergency services response that include mental health and substance use disorder professionals. I think that's what we're getting at, right? Programs for substance abuse intervention, treatment, education, enrichment for at-risk youth, and innovation grants, diversion and expungement. Support for formerly incarcerated members of the community, and other criminal justice reform initiatives. So I don't have a problem shuffling this around now because I think it stands with what we passed in 21 for the use of these funds. And I think that all the folks I talked to at Hash Bash agree that these are good uses, they're appropriate, and that they are, they recognize the past harm of criminalization, and it supports populations disproportionately negatively impacted. And so I'm gonna go along with this amendment that's brought here.
Further discussion, Councilmember Nelson.
I'd just like to echo some of what was just said. The reason that this was a logical thing to do is because unarmed response fits so squarely in the purposes that were enumerated in the 2021 resolution, which had, by my count, 7 sponsors and passed unanimously. So this isn't really a surprise, wait, we've got to stop and think about it. We were behind this a little over a year ago, the idea of these monies coming from this source going towards these purposes, and it's consistent. And so it's disappointing to me if people at this table cannot support this. This issue was brought to me by Councilmember Romlau. He asked me if I could stand behind it or if I could support him on it. And when I looked at the survey results and I realized how much strong support there was for support for homeless people, this was a logical way to direct it. It felt like a good thing. I think it is a good idea, and that's why I am a sponsor of it. I hope that people will decide that this is a good use of it. Like I said, it's not a shift in policy. It's not, it makes a whole lot of logical sense, and it frees us up to give 900 and some thousand more to vulnerable populations that have legitimately been hard hit and are going to be growing as challenges are increasing.
Councilmember Romlau.
Thank you. Again, this is just a natural fit of the progression of the policy setting that's been based on this excise tax, even going back to 2019, when we first allowed recreational marijuana sales to be sold in Ann Arbor. When we said then we want this money to go to the most vulnerable, those who are affected by the war on drugs. I still believe there's additional funding. I don't think we spent all $476,000 last year on the program that Ariane Slay had set up. So I will ask our city administrator, I'll ask Ariane Slay if she's around, how much money of that 476 was spent on the existing program that was established last year? Again, this is a social justice issue. This is a big-time social justice issue. I think we're all grown. We've been elected. We have a lot of power. I mean, to suggest that you're not ready to make a decision on this tonight, this was put in the packet. This was given to you days ahead to look at. We are giving $970,000 to coordinated funding. That's what we're doing here. If you say no to this, that's what you're doing. You're saying no to $970,000 to coordinated funding. When are you going to make these decisions? We got to make decisions now. And you got a $500 million budget you're going to adopt next month. I mean, have we saw it yet? Have we seen it? No. We're going to have to make those decisions in a short order as well. You know, I'm looking at trying to maximize our resources here and be consistent in the spirit and the policies that have been came forth before this. It's just, I thought this was a no-brainer. I thought this was a slam dunk. How could there be any confusion? How could there be anybody who could be against this?
Councilmember? Councilmember Griswold.
A question for the city administrator, and I think it was somewhat answered previously, but if we vote yes for this resolution, is there funding earmarked for the deflection program? Either from the remainder of the marijuana money? So I just want to make sure that voting for this is not voting against the deflection program.
The best way I can answer it is to say that the additional money that we were made aware of just a few days ago has not been allocated, nor have we made a recommendation. And also, just to make sure that the record is completely accurate, it's $935,336. That's what you would be appropriating to whatever use above the 476.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Song.
I think the hesitation might come from when speaking with the folks who advocated most strongly for unarmed crisis response, including clergy, the folks who spent all summer to investigate programs around the country that we could model, looking at the funding models, the budgets, to reduce the ARPA allocation for unarmed emergency response by this amount and increase it for COFU is still reducing that amount for unarmed crisis response. So I think the community would be really surprised, and I think that's why they called in with public comments, asking us not to support this resolution, in part because this has gone through community engagement process. There is an understanding of what other organizations do around the country and the costs associated with it. So I am not in support of it. I don't think that voting against this means that we are undercutting what we're trying to do to support social services. We have a number of other projects that do not have amendments in support of social services. All right, thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
So the marijuana excise money previously, which I did vote for sitting on this side of the table, and I am not at my best at 11:40, was used, there was a $190,800 a year for diversion and expungement, which were funded for 2 years as a pilot. So they have another year of funding. The goal was to serve 100 people in each program from July 2021 to July 2022. As of today, more than 230 people have been diverted out of the criminal justice system. And as of this month, the program will exceed 100 expungements. So this program is wildly successful. And the next piece in the succession for what we need to do is deflection, because deflection works very differently from diversion. Rather than occurring after someone has become entangled with the justice system, deflection gets people out at the front end, as Dr. Jackson called for earlier. There's no threat of arrest. The courts would not be involved. There are no fingerprinting. There's no probation. Deflection candidates come to the city for help via referrals, which could come from the community, could come from an Uber driver, it could come from the unarmed response crew, and it will cost $500,000. If we allocate the marijuana money tonight, which we found out 10 days ago, which is a lot of money, I do not know where $500,000 would come from to support deflection. And deflection for me is a natural build on the programs that we established last year, and I would like us to consider it before we give all this money away. That doesn't mean I'm against giving additional money to COFU, but I would like us to have a range of options in front of us before we choose. It's not that I didn't have time to think about the option that was presented in the packet.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. I lost track. Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Briggs and Iyer.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Dish explains my reservations with this as well. I appreciate the spirit in which this was brought forward. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's one that we can continue having discussion around as the budget process moves forward. But I'm comfortable with how the allocation is currently presented.
Councilmember Iyer.
Very briefly, I just wanted to add my voice to the support for getting to a place where we are funding a true deflection program. And I will not be supporting this amendment because the numbers don't seem to add up in terms of being able to do all of what we want to do. And, so we do have to make some choices here. Unarmed response is a high priority to me personally, but obviously to the community. We know through the community engagement and the letters that we received about this amendment urging us not to support it, that this is a high priority for our community, and I want to make sure tonight that we have that funding, and I want to also make sure that we have that good discussion and save that excise tax funding for implementing a deflection program, which will achieve the goals that were outlined by Ms. Jackson at the beginning of our meeting. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Nelson.
I just want to clarify because I heard something that sounded potentially misleading. The function of this amendment was to preserve all of the funding for unarmed response. So we got quite a lot of emails urging us to preserve all of the funding for unarmed response, and that this amendment was not going to take a penny away from the money that was already allocated for unarmed response. I just wanted to clarify that because we did not get a whole lot of emails against this amendment. We did get a whole lot of emails urging us to preserve the funding for unarmed response, which this amendment was intended to achieve. I just wanted to make that absolutely clear.
Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to say I'm one of the co-sponsors of this, and I think that part of the problem is we're asking the community to trust us regarding something that's the process is somewhat complicated, and so I will not be supporting it this time. I think it would work, but I think it requires the community to trust us, and I don't believe that trust is there right now, so it's better to be more straightforward. Thank you.
Further discussion? I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Song.
I apologize. I don't want to add to the confusion here. So in reading the resolve clause, by reducing the unarmed crisis, so it says, reducing the ARPA allocation for unarmed emergency response by $935,336, and it'll be replaced by additional funding by the state of Michigan from the marijuana excise tax. So we're moving monies around from what would normally, from what I understand, would come through the general budget cycle instead of deciding tonight, voting tonight on the ARPA allocation. So I think for the emails and calls that came in support and not in support of this amendment was based on the worry that we are not dedicating ourselves fully to what this program had been advocated for almost a year for tonight, for us to just decide tonight with the ARPA funding tonight instead of monies that would be in the general budget that we're deciding later. This is an opportunity to decide tonight to go back to community and hopefully welcome public comments at the end of this meeting and saying, this came through the ARPA process, it came through community engagement ARPA process, this is ARPA money. I don't see why this is not just a straight shot of ARPA, ARPA, ARPA. Thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, it isn't a straight shot. It's not just about ARPA funds, because what we're saying here, what I understand the sponsors of this are saying is the ARPA funds that were going to be dedicated to this can now be replaced by this windfall marijuana excise tax, and so the ARPA funds are going to be given to the community service, pardon me, it's late, the coordinated funding effort, and just fill in that gap with this new bounty of marijuana excise tax. And so it is about ARPA funding. It's saying more goes to something because we can make it up over here. And all these are telling Mr. Mahoney to bring a budget resolution that says this. So we vote on it tonight, and we get to vote on it in a couple weeks. That's all this is. It's saying take more and give it to coordinated funding because we know it will, and we're asking that you replace it with this other fund source. That's all it is. There's no reduction. There's no reduction. It's an increase. It's shifting ARPA funding to a place that needs it because we know we can fill in the hole because of all the pot smoking here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor, I know I already spoke twice, but there's a significant misunderstanding here. Can I speak one more time, please? Thank you. When this body votes on something, Councilmember Song, that becomes policy. And so it's not, they are not disconnected. This amendment mentions the budget money, and so we make policy by voting at this table.
That doesn't seem to be a factual correction.
Okay.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I won't be voting for this. I've been working pretty closely with the coordinated funding effort for what that next vision is going to be, and it could very well be that we determine that we want to use some of the marijuana excise tax, but COFU goes into a big pot. I think we really benefited the last time around from thoughtful recommendations from staff about what's the best use of these funds according to council policy, which I supported. And I think this next time around, we will similarly benefit. The ARPA process, I believe, was very strong. I think we'll have a similarly strong process for what to do in terms of staff recommendations with this money. And it could be for COFU, it could also be to support a particular program as opposed to just adding more funds to that pot that is along the lines of our intent with this money. So I won't be supporting this, but look forward to our expertise from staff in terms of how they think this money should be best spent, as well as continued public engagement in this process, recommendations from ICPOC, et cetera.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Amlawi.
Councilmember Amlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grant?
No.
Councilmember Redina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Song.
I'd like to move Amendment 2, the amendment to include resident support services funding and the property acquisition for affordable housing.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Grand.
Do I still have the floor?
You do.
Okay. This came about after, this is actually upon recommendation from our Housing Commissioner, Jennifer Hall, after a community conversation with our county prosecutor, Ellie Savitt, on support services for returning citizens and the need for additional funding on support services. That conversation was also informed by Ypsi City Council member Annie Somerville, who was also on this call, and shared how Ypsi is looking into allocating ARPA funding for support services. that would include caring for, so she also shared, Annie Somerville also shared research from Senator Jeff Irwin's office that supports how supportive housing demonstrates a proven solution, helping people who face the most complex challenges to live with stability, autonomy, and dignity. We all know supportive housing pairs affordable housing with support services so folks can stay housed, especially those who experience chronic homelessness and unnecessary institutionalization due to a disability, mental health condition, physical condition. So given the increased need for support services as a result of the pandemic and how Ms. Hall herself has proposed this allocation from the $3.5 million in the current ARPA draft allocation, noting that it will not impact her ability to meet other needed commitments, I hope this amendment passes with full support.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. Just like to add on to that, I was very pleased to be a co-sponsor of this, and having that money for supportive services baked in not only as best practice because it enables people to be housed and is cost efficient and the best thing to do just in terms of supporting people in housing and providing services, but it also, a lot of the money that we can leverage comes when we are able to provide these supportive services. So in having some money set aside for supportive services, it may actually have an effect of being a multiplier in terms of the money that we can leverage from this $3.5 million.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I wrote about this in my newsletter, and I think it would be helpful for newer members of this body who were not here when we passed we put the affordable housing millage on the ballot. We did have extensive discussion about how the funds would be used, because we had to have an accompanying resolution about just what was defining what was appropriate for its use. And so we talked about this, and the need for supportive services in the affordable housing millage, it's up to 20% can be spent. And I crunched the numbers, and this is totally within those guidelines. This is completely consistent with what the previous council did in recognizing the connection between the affordable housing units and the supportive services that are attached to them. So this is a really good amendment. I'm actually really surprised that this wasn't incorporated in the original recommendation, just because this is a conversation that happened back in, was it 2019 or 2020? At any rate, yeah, this is a really good thing. Thanks.
Councilmember Imlai.
Thanks. Trying to get my brain back together after that last amendment was voted down. Here we have this, and it's been talked about, and I thought Councilmember Nelson was on the same path as I was. She was up until the very end. We do have up to 20% of the affordable housing millage allocated to supportive services. When we deliberated that policy, we were told that this supportive services would not happen in year 1, year 2, or year 3 of the passage of that millage. Those supportive services come in later when the units are already built. So I don't think this is necessary. I think the money's already there. We're collecting $6 million a year right now. 20% of that is allowed to go to supportive services. I'd rather see these funds purchase real property, build real houses with roofs, and put people in shelters. There's enough money for supportive services in the millage that was passed. 20% of $6 million. So I'll be voting no.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner than Song.
Yeah, might I suggest that if we want to give money to supportive services for affordable housing initiatives, and that instead of kind of picking the bones of the affordable housing money that we've given Ms. Hall, that we take it from someplace else. we got $4.5 million for solar panels in here. We got $2 million for Vision Zero implementation. But we're taking $500,000 out of money that could be used to acquire properties, which basically we're taking her money and telling her how to spend it. We could be taking somebody else's money and giving it to her to spend. And I would prefer to do that. I'd rather take $500,000 off the solar on city facilities and give it to Ms. Hall on top of the $3.5 million for acquisition than telling her how to spend the $3.5 million. I'm not going to support this.
Councilmember Song.
So allow me to read part of my statement more slowly. Given the increased need for support services as a result of the pandemic and how Ms. Hall herself proposed this allocation of $500,000 of her $3.5 million in the current ARPA draft allocation, noting that it will not impact her ability to meet other needed commitments. I hope this amendment passes with full support. So this came out of a conversation in community of me asking, what can we do to support this increased demand for support services, the increased costs of providing support services? The nonprofits providing this work right now are really struggling with maintaining staff. Staff are being poached by the university, by the private sector. They need staff, consistent staff for a long-term need. Supportive services are expensive. The 20% allocation we have from the millage is good, a good start, but that was voted in before our pandemic. This amendment speaks specifically to the increased costs, the increased demand brought on by the pandemic, and is supported and introduced by Ms. Hall herself. So again, I hope that we have full support. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I know we seem to get a little, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I know we seem to get a little chippy here at the end, but you don't need to read something to me 3 times. I heard you the first time. Perhaps you could have your School of Social Work intern type it up and send it to me. I know that Ms. Hall wants this because she's too decent of a person to say, take the $500,000 from the solar panels instead. She's working within her means and within the policies and the politics of City Hall. And I have a lot of respect for her for being able to walk that line. So here's a case where I don't believe this is the best place. I don't think we should be taking money from her money. I think we should be taking it from somewhere else. That's why I don't support it, not because I didn't hear you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Umlawi.
Councilmember Umlawi?
Nope.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion of the main motion is amended. Councilmember Song.
I'd like the motion to bring forth Amendment 3. Sorry, I'm leaving. Amendment. This is a, oh, wait, I'm sorry, I need a second.
Amendment 3, is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dish. Councilmember Song.
So this is the amendment to include arts-based trauma programs as part of the funding for the arts allocation of ARPA funds. The result is that the city council approved up to $200,000 for arts-based trauma programs from the $500,000 allocation of ARPA funds for funding for the arts. This is motivated by a couple of things in coming from community. Mostly because in this entire process and in the memos that our city has published, there's no mention of our youth, how the pandemic has impacted our youth and BIPOC communities, and we know that both communities have been inordinately impacted by the loss of family members, continue to lose family members, and limited access to the COVID-19 vaccine. So I speak to trauma because I see how other ARPA allocations have been dedicated across the country, and specifically using arts funding in partnership with arts, in service of the arts, because arts can heal. Producing this.
Excuse me, your mic's not on.
Oh,
Thank you.
should I start over?
Sorry.
Lord, okay.
We'll assume you've been generally audible, now you'll be
Okay.
perfectly audible.
So this amendment really speaks to, what I wanted to speak to is the trauma that our youth and BIPOC communities have been facing throughout the pandemic. And I believe strongly that the arts can heal. This still pays artists to do their essential work, hopefully inviting innovation, allowing artists to be hired in partnership with youth and BIPOC, as we already see in community at, for example, 826 Michigan, Neutral Zone, in our schools. The intent remains for these funds to pay for artists to help heal and service the populations most impacted by the pandemic. I also wanted to reflect another proposal that was submitted to us by Glenn Nelson, Mark Creekmore, Barb Higman, and Marilyn Wendenoja from Citizens for Mental Health and Public Safety. Glenn Nelson has been to every single community engagement session and actually did submit a proposal asking that we consider the mental health of youth in our community, who comprise 13% of our city's residents. That's 16,000 children. The ARPA arts allocation I looked at that included in equity provisions included cities like Denver, Austin, Phoenix, Buffalo, Atlanta, Sacramento, Portland. I'm really hoping that we can speak to the specific trauma and harm and document it, work with folks, and see if we can really express and recognize these lived experiences. I recognize that the arts sector has been particularly hard hit by COVID.
Councilmember?
And the Arts Commission itself has spoken to how it's influential in communicating, creating, and healing from this unprecedented global event. So I hope for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks. Here's another case where we've given some money to the arts and now we're telling them how to spend it, and even more so than we were before. And so I don't think this subdividing our generosity is the appropriate tact here. I think that it's just sort of both of these last resolutions seem odd to me because, again, these are just budget recommendations we're making here. They're commitments that are going to come back and we're going to have to vote on again. And so I'm not going to support this because, one, it's a very trauma-based art therapy is a very specific thing. I'm sure, and we know it has value, but it's just a little too narrow for me. If we want to do more for the arts or for affordable housing or for anything else, then I think this is a preamble to what we're going to see in the budget cycle here, this budget debate. The notion that we can't take from anything else, like budgeting is a balancing act. We're going to give $4.5 million to solar panels, but we're going to squeeze and pick and argue over $200,000 for the arts or $300,000 for this or that. You got to take from somewhere to give to something else. I don't agree with this super directing what happens with this. It's a different kind of spending here, and I'm not going to support this. And you know, the fact that I guess because you didn't want to give up your bike lanes or whatever, but my considerations to increase funding for arts, to increase set aside money, $1 million for mental health, children and seniors, and so on were just so blithely ignored. But this is awesome. Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going to support it.
Councilmember Briggs.
So I think everything about this resolution is good in terms of kind of the intent behind it. I guess I have a few questions about it, just in terms of how it ends up playing out kind of in the community. We've received some really compelling emails from programs that are operating at Scarlett Middle School, from other service providers, speaking to the benefit of this. But seems to me that that those programs could apply within this framework of the $500,000 and still, still be eligible for that funding. But this is a particularly niche area. I have talked to folks who are doing trauma-based programs. The training for that in our community is pretty minimal. It's a real need. It's not something that School of Social Work, for example, at University of Michigan really has a program in. It's something that there is art therapy, I recently learned, at Eastern Michigan in terms of that program. But it seems like we might be able to still accomplish this, but within the existing framework. I don't know if the sponsor would like to speak a little bit more towards that at some point.
Councilmember Iyer.
Oh, thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you, Councilmember Song, for bringing this forward. I support it. I was happy to co-sponsor it for all the reasons that you mentioned. I think this is a population that really has been overlooked. Our youth, and they're not out there advocating for themselves and sending emails, and many of them don't really even understand what's hit them through this pandemic. And I think this amendment is very much perfectly in the spirit of the ARPA funding and the goals behind it, and I'm happy to support it.
Councilmember Mow May.
Yeah, there's just so much contradiction at this table. It's hard to keep your head straight. 1 minute, we need to back off and let the professionals, decide the final decisions, and then other times we got to come in and bring forward amendments like this where we micromanage what, with all due respect, is pennies. The arts came to us and asked for $2.4 million. We give them a fifth of that, and now we're telling them, 40% of that needs to go in this very specific and valuable programming. It's just, there's been talk about spirit. I guess that's a catchphrase now. I don't like the spirit of this. Give these folks their money. I think they know what to do with it. I think they know where to spend it and who needs it the most. They're the ones in the trenches. They're the ones that were out there working through the pandemic. They're the ones that suffered the most. The creative class, the working class. Yeah, we just got a bunch of well-to-do people up here thinking they know best in all areas, and tell people how to spend the few bucks that hopefully will get to them. I can't support this. I mean, $200,000, what's that going to get you? Do you know the type of qualifications and training that one needs to be able to deliver these services? Why isn't it coming out of the coordinated funding? Why does it got to come out of the $500,000 of the 2.4 that they were asking? I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed in the micromanagement of these funds. The micromanaging is just, I wish I had a better word than disappointing. It's offensive, actually. It's offensive.
Councilmember Nelson.
I agree with some of what's already been said. I appreciate Councilmember Ramlawi and Councilmember Briggs pointing out that this is a very specialized field. And I think it's worth remembering that the reason for this funding was to support the creative class and support artists in the community. And so Councilmember Ramlawi pointed out that we keep using the phrase, the spirit of something. This very much shifts the spirit of the original ask. So none of us need to dispute the fact that youth have been greatly impacted by this pandemic. I see it in my own house. Every one of us who has children has seen it with their own eyes. No one can argue against the value of arts-based trauma response programs, but this is very, very different than what this allocation was meant to support. So what we've done is we've identified a need, which is wonderful. A very tiny number of people are qualified to provide this support, and so we have a very small, limited amount of money that's meant to be supportive of this huge number of artists who need support, and then we're taking 40% of it and saying, now only this tiny portion of you are eligible to participate. I can't possibly support this. I wish that we had a separate proposal or a separate program idea around supporting youth relative to the pandemic and trauma response. This is a misfit. This is a square peg in a round hole. I know that the creative community is not, or at least the leaders that I have spoken to are not excited about this. I apologize to the people who are doing art-based trauma response programs who were perhaps excited about this amendment, but I feel like this is really contrary to the intent of the original funding category. And so it's opposite. It's opposite of what we should be trying to do. It's counterproductive, unfortunately. Even though it is, of course, it's a good thing to be doing, it's just not a good thing to be doing in this particular funding allocation in this place. So I will not be supporting this.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor. For a couple of the reasons that Councilmember Briggs pointed out, I was struggling with this one a little bit. I will say I was moved pretty significantly by an email we received from the school counselor at Scarlett Middle School, which is in Ward 3. And so, I think it's undeniable that youth have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic, particularly BIPOC youth. We hear it from our AAPS colleagues. We hear it from members of the community. And so rather than having some, well-to-do folks up here prescribe this or discuss this, I want to share a little bit from this email we received from Scarlett's, which is a Title I school with over 55% of the students at or below the poverty line, the second most diverse middle school in the state. And the counselor says, the toll of the pandemic is immense, particularly for our student body. Each week I assess the suicidality, the severity of cutting on students' arms, and the work that students in acute mental health crises. The needs are significant. Art-based trauma work is a powerful tool in assessing words, emotions, and processing children who do not know how to articulate, indeed for adults as well. Trauma support in the form of arts therapy groups, for example, would be a huge asset to help grieving, anxious, depressed students. We ran an Ellie's Place group earlier this year for students who had lost someone close to them with a variety of artistic methodologies to help them process. It goes on to talk about, the inequity and things like that, but I just, I was moved by that. I think there is clearly a need here. I don't think that we did enough in the initial recommendations to support youth in the community. And so I appreciate Councilmember Song for identifying this gap and for bringing this amendment, and I will support it.
Councilmember Griswold and Song.
Yeah, I agree, and I used to be a social worker, that there is terrible, immeasurable trauma with our youth and our teenagers. And my recommendation, instead of giving $20,000 or $200,000 out of this, is to, in the general fund, look at giving at least $1 million or more of mental health money. This is a big, critical problem, and $200,000 is almost an insult to the professionals who are working with these traumatized youth.
Councilmember Song.
So the budget amendment actually doesn't speak to therapy. It doesn't mention therapy. Mostly this is a reflection of a need that came again from folks who had also submitted a proposal in support of mental health supports that were brought on by the pandemic, that were exacerbated by the pandemic. but also a plea to partner with the arts. This funding will still go to artists. There are clauses that speak directly to this. It says the arts-based workforce has not been sufficiently supported in relief funding. In innovative arts programming, not therapy. There's not a single word of therapy in here. Programming, and what I hear from nonprofits who are doing this work with artists, with artist staff that they bring and hire in, that means storytelling. It means movement. It means mentoring. It can mean so many things. Like, it could be a mural. It could be a spoken word. What I'm looking for in community is being able to document this horrible thing that's happened here. And I see this as a partnership. The money will still go to artists, but and then if we want to talk about impacted industries, line cooks had twice the rate of COVID. We had folks who worked retail throughout early before vaccines were available. There are a lot. We've got Black community leaders who are telling me they've lost 30 family members. 30 family members and church members. So I'm trying to include this language here and this once in a lifetime opportunity to address this pandemic with pandemic funding in collaboration and support of the arts, because it's the arts, the artists who can heal our community and who can bring us forth. So there's no therapy, there's no credentials required. It's people and supplies.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I have a question. Given that it's only $500,000, I'm just wondering why all of the money can't be managed by the same organization and why we're splitting off $200,000 to the Washtenaw Office of Economic Development. It just seems like we're going to increase our administrative funds by doing that, and could we achieve the same goals by leaving the $500,000 intact? I'm trying to understand why we've got two different administration routes going.
I think in response to the question, Councilmember.
The mic's off again.
Can I motion to amend the amendment and remove the clause involving the county's Office of Economic Development?
Oh, I think you've already spoken twice on the amendment, so
I can't
someone
move
else
it.
could do that. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of the amendment to the amendment. Is it the amendment to the amendment friendly? Yes. Amendment to the amendment is friendly. Further discussion of the amendment of the amended amendment. Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, I'll just continue to go on about my issues with this. It's so little. I don't even know what kind of measurable impact it's going to have. It's not reoccurring. We're going to start a new program. We're going to give $200,000 and then walk away from it and say, well, we check the box. I think if we're serious about this, we'd be putting far more money. We'd be doing it for years. Many of us who appreciate the arts understand the inherent value of the therapy that it has. It's not anything new. And again, to micromanage to this level is, I think, beneath what this body should be doing with these funds at this point, with these folks who have been the most affected. Allow them to figure it out.
Further discussion of the amended amendment. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah. So thanks to Councilmember Song for kind of elaborating a little bit more about kind of how you were envisioning the breadth of programming that might come out of this. I don't think it didn't quite get to my question of why that programming couldn't already exist within the existing $500,000 framework. I mean, I think it just suggests that this is a particular area that the funding should be focused in on within the existing pot of funding. I think despite the profound need, we know there's profound need for a number of different communities. I would hope that a number of programs do apply for funding to do just that work that you've been suggesting needs to be done. I think it can be done without kind of separating out the funds.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Romlawi.
Councilmember Omlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No. No.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Motion carries.
Further discussion of the main motion as amended. Councilmember Romlawi.
I appreciated the spirited conversation. We have a lot of work left to do. I know this is a lot of money, but unfortunately, these ain't going to solve all the problems that we talked about tonight. It's unfortunate that certain amendments were voted up and voted down. I don't know if we have the ability up here to think past ourselves and think for the greater good as often as the greater good deserves it. I think there's a lot of tribalness, and it gets in the way of good judgment. I can only speak for myself, but I know at times it's very palatable. I think the community feels it, sees it, hears it, and I think it affects the decisions that are made. I will be supporting, obviously, the recommendations and the amendments that were adopted, and we'll keep discussing things as the weeks go on.
Councilmember Song.
Included in tonight's vote as that was not amended is the funding for universal basic income. Community members called in support of this and reminded us of how there are folks who struggle, and $500 a month for a year or two for 100 families could mean such a difference. And I thank everyone for thinking of these struggles. And that's open to everyone, including artists. I don't the ARPA funding is meant for recovery. And I hope that we all can come away and understand that we've all done different outreach, and have had different conversations with folks who are really asking for help. A lot of folks who don't come to council, don't have the means to come to council. We can't wait for folks to present themselves to ask for help for basic needs. The UBI program, our vote tonight is being watched by folks in Detroit. Detroit City Council is also considering a program. And they had mentioned this in the press. I have calls with Detroit City Council members who are excited to see this come forth. I hope we can, tomorrow morning, be able to say that we're a city who responded to community needs, community outcry, and to be the first city in the state of Michigan to offer, it's actually misnamed UBI, it's a guaranteed income program. It's a commendable feat by this entire body. So thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I was thinking about this more broadly today. I felt excellent about, the process that staff undertook. It was, this was a novel process, and I think they truly rose to the occasion in terms of gathering community input, getting expertise from staff, looking at council policies, and presenting us with a fairly balanced set of allocations that looks at both social services and also some needs in the city, some infrastructure, and we have all of that. And I don't think anyone at this table would go into this process hopefully and think, I'm going to have my ideal list and allocate it exactly the way I would want it to. I think that's not the correct attitude. But what I was looking at this today and thinking more broadly, at the end of the day, there's going to be infrastructure that many in our community will benefit from. There's going to be social services that will change lives and truly help us recover. So is it going to solve all of our problems? No. Is it going to help everyone that we wish it could help? No. But providing someone without housing with supportive permanent housing does change the trajectory of people's lives. We know that. We heard some real lived experience and really compelling messages from people in the community about guaranteed income and how that could have helped them and how it will help others. So I'm just so grateful that we get to do this tonight. I wish that it could have actually been a completely positive discussion, particularly by those who asked for it to be a particularly positive discussion. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to, hopefully we should all feel good about how these funds are being used and the impact that they'll have. Thanks.
Councilmember Adino.
Thank you, Mayor. Very, very briefly, I just wanted to thank all of the members of staff who put time into developing these recommendations and members of the community who participated in the public engagement process to share their thoughts with us. And I think the package that we'll be voting on tonight is really reflective of a lot of really good collaboration between our excellent staff and community members who came out to share their thoughts. And so I just wanted to thank everyone, and I look forward to supporting this so that we can get these dollars into action.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree that this is supposed to, aid in recovery. Obviously, that's what, it's a rescue plan, right? But I do disagree with some of the things that we have in here as amended and as initially brought to us. And I think on the whole, if you ask someone, as a person who certainly in the past could have benefited mightily from a UBI type program, I would be hard pressed to smile if someone came up to me and said, hey, we're taking 1.6 million and doing a UBI program, but just so you know, we also spent $4.5 million on solar panels and $2 million on bike lanes and so on and so on. It's hard to imagine that some of these items really fit the bill and the intent of the rescue plan funding. And so I'll be on the voting chart as opposing these, and we can have another conversation during the budget cycle.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we're going to do a tremendous amount of good. I could debate exactly how much we're spending in each category. I do want to just offer staff one caution, and that is that with the guaranteed benefits, we need to be very careful that we're not negatively impacting assistance that's given out at the federal or state level. And I'm primarily concerned with the My Child program, because if you have a chronically ill child, that could be worth thousands of dollars in medical care. And I did emailed Councilmember Song, and she assured me that is going to be address. So I just want to say it out loud because I don't want any family to be negatively impacted by this. So we need to be very deliberate. Thank you.
Further discussion? Well, this is another exciting moment tonight. We are allocating $24.1 million that we are receiving as a result of President Biden's American Rescue Plan. I say $24.1 million. It wasn't always such. It was back down in the $11 million range at some point. And so, in addition to thanking President Biden for the vision of the American Rescue Plan, I think we also have to thank our intrepid Congresswoman, Mrs. Dingle, for busting her gut to ensure that our allocation was properly calculated, which it was not on the first go-around. And so, although $11 million is a gracious plenty, 24 is more than doubly so. And so, to her goes a great deal of thanks. Thanks further, of course, go to staff. Staff asked us how we should approach these funds, took direction from council, provided council with his advice, and then went forward with it and conducted a professional, diligent, expansive, and I believe entirely successful community engagement process. Their efforts were professional and dedicated, and among the best that Ann Arbor has to offer. I would also like to thank the members of the public. We had members of the public from all walks of life contact us as individual council members and contact us through the allocated tool to ensure that their voices were heard and their voices did indeed make a difference. And so I want to thank them as well. We, by these actions, by allocating these funds, are going to help thousands of Ann Arborites today, and we will also be working on infrastructure that will aid and support thousands of Ann Arborites in the future. The American Rescue Plan is a successful program. Our implementation of it will be successful, and people in Ann Arbor will be, our basic services and our quality of life will be improved thereby. Further discussion. Councilmember Mow May.
Thank you. I'm glad it's, for some folks here, it's a very joyous moment. I don't want to take that away from you all. I'm conflicted on this. I share a lot of what Councilmember Hayner has said. I think we've used a lot of these funds in ways that our community did not see best fit. When you look at the survey results, the community wanted to see this money go towards homelessness programs for people with disadvantages. If we really listen to the community, this would look a lot different. Furthermore, this $24 million, it's not our money. We have robbed future generations. This country is sitting on $30 trillion in debt. You really think it's just like the future of America is going to be held back because of the spending of these last 20 or 30 years. So, these bills are gonna come due, and I'm just here to say that. I mean, you got $30 trillion that is owed, and these monies will come due. So I really hope we get. So I worked 6 days a week, 80 hours a week. That's what I did. And I went to work every day.
Councilmember.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Further discussion on the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Umlawi.
Councilmember Omlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs? Motion carries.
Mr. McDonald, do we have the pleasure of a closed session today?
We do not, Mayor.
We have
Mr.
before
Mayor.
us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did
Please.
want to say that within the next few weeks, the staff will prepare what I'll just call a now what document, so that each item that you just passed, we will put in writing what the initial steps are to start to move them forward. It adds to the transparency. It makes it clear what's happening next, because everything can't happen all at once. And so we'll put that in writing and provide it to council and be available to the community, so you see how we move forward with implementing what you just passed.
Thank you. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Ramdina, second by Councilmember Umlawi. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. Are there communications today from our city attorney?
No.
We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. Speakers at public comment general time have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify all when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at public comment? Please just roll on up.
To add a little levity tonight, I understand that the mayor has said that he would like to change the Ann Arbor symbol from a tree to something easier to draw. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've been reading on Nextdoor. So therefore, I thought it would be a great idea. Let's have a contest. Okay, so I put out some feelers, and some people sent me some things. Let's see here. Here's one. This is actually third prize. Pretty good, though. It's a Venn diagram. As you know, a Venn diagram is one of these organizational tools that shows the intersection between interests. So here we have the mayor's council, that's you guys, and the mayor, and then donors. And all of these things correspond with money right at the center. How interesting. I like that one. That's interesting. Okay, here's another one. Let's see. This one was by Kitty, I think. Oh, look at this. This is TC1. TC1 Taylor Con Job. That was from Kitty. I like that. And you know, it's the dollar signs again and the high rises going up in all directions without any control. And then let's see, here's another one. Oh, this was another one. This is the second place. Again by Kitty. It says, for sale, Tree Town, sold. I like that. You know, it's really good because you get the realtors, you know, you get that image. We like the realtors. And sold because we're trying to sell, you know, as much property as we can. So you guys are, you know, that's a really, I think that was a great idea. But that wasn't the winner. The winner was A20, because this is really easy. These are tree stumps in a zero, so they're a lot easier, you know, to draw than a tree. A tree stump is really easy to draw, and the zero, you know, A20, because that's how many landmark trees are going to be left in this town with the kind of development that is going on right now, which Councilor Hayner has been so adamant about opposing. So, you know, A20, sure. A lot of talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no show and tell. Hi, most of you know me. I'm Deb Pollack. I'm the director of Creative Washtenaw and Art Train. And I wanted to say, first of all, for this whole ARPA process, we appreciate you hearing the needs and the realities of the arts and creative industries here in Washtenaw County and in Ann Arbor specifically, because a good 60 to 70% of your artists and organizations in this county are in fact in this city. This has probably been the most substantive conversation this body has ever had about the arts and creative industries. At least in the almost 40 years I've been in this business here in this community, so that is also deeply appreciated. And we look forward to having continued conversation about Ann Arbor's investment and policymaking in regards to the arts and creative industries. We will, of course, I don't speak for everybody, but I'm sure there's mixed emotions about what ended up happening here today. But I'm sure that we'll all rally and be able to put these funds to good use, and again, to invest them in our community in the way that they're intended to be done. And again, I thank you all for your attention and conversation and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at public comment?
So much I'd like to say, won't have time for all of it. I don't know how any of this is going to come out. It's no secret that there's two factions up here, colloquially called MAHA, the mayor and his allies, which is supposedly a shadowy cabal of corruption and all of that has a conspiratorial following here in the community. And that's distressing to me because that immediately sets off parallels to what some call a global cabal of greedy, money-seeking people. And that's xenophobia, straight out. That's unacceptable. Anyways, and then we have the other faction, Hainer and his allies, made up of a bigot and his defenders of bigotry. And you shut up right now. This is my time. I'll get the ACLU back on your case if you interrupt me. The amount of anxiety that I've had this weekend is incommunicable. There are two things in particularly that directly impact me or people that I care about deeply, communities I've been in the past. One is the proposal of taking away the money. I forget what Councilmember Song called it, not the UBI, but the guaranteed income. I was tased by the police in 2017. I fortunately or unfortunately, due to the amount of trauma that it left me with, I survived. And as a result, I was put on SSI income. So since that time, I've gotten $700 now, over $760, now close to $800. That money allowed me to go through therapy. Last thing, I'm running out of time, is Rumlawi, Nelson, and Hayner's politics are directly a danger to my life and trying to play tricks on defunding the unarmed community response. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in-house who would like to speak? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak at public comment? Ms. Beaudry?
Yes, we have a couple callers.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello again. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor. There's a word that's been tossed about that I hadn't used, but I looked it up online so that I would understand the meaning of that word better. Word corrupt, I looked up. It says having or showing a willingness to act dishonestly in return for money or personal gain. So it seems clear that it doesn't have to be for money. So if somebody's saying that they can't be bought for cheap, $1,050, whatever. Well, corrupt says having or showing a willingness to act dishonestly in return for money or personal gain. The personal gain part is very simple. It could be power. So I haven't used that word specifically in regards to anybody. I can see no problem with the definition. For others who have used that word, the definition is viable. I'd like to talk about something else, the timing of the reduction in the site plan, or the change in the site plan thresholds. There's pros and cons to having done that, and I spoke about it. The timing was problematic, and I mentioned that too. And now we see tonight, with the passing of a mass rezoning of 68 parcels to TC1 and a PUD with an area plan, not a PUD with a site plan, but a PUD with an area plan. We now know that that PUD, the site plan, will not come to council for approval. It'll stop at the planning commission. Will have the final approval on that. And we have a huge amount of variability in what that design might look like. In the height, we've learned, has quite a bit of variability. Council won't get to approve that. There won't be a public hearing at council. People won't be able to write their council members about it and hope to talk to them at a council meeting. People have to know that it's planning commission, and you can't email your planning commissioner, go to their coffee hours. And then the 68 parcels, those site plans, if people submit applications that don't ask for a variance,
30 seconds.
that meet the standards of the new TC1 zoning, those 68 site plans won't come to council either. So as I said before, the timing was poor. It would have been much better to not change the site plan thresholds. There was no urgency to do it. And people were talking about, we might get sued for turning down by rights, and kind of overemphasized that one piece of a complex multivariable equation. And I think that was disingenuous and deceitful to not mention the other possible things that would be ramifications of this. And now we can see after tonight what those ramifications are.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556, do you have a comment? Press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee from the 5th Ward. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I was stunned tonight by some of the commentary about the ARPA funds. And I guess I sent you earlier today an email about them, which forwarded what I had sent before. I went back through that, and some of those things still stick out. This started with a staff wish list, essentially, and then some public presentations and public engagement about that. None of the public comments that were made at those presentations were noted. So let me just stress again a couple examples of what was missed. Glenn Nelson, who Councilmember Song referred to earlier tonight, made an eloquent plea to allocate significant funds for mental health programs, particularly for children. I thought that that's what Jeff Hayner was trying to have an amendment to deal with. That was completely blown off. There wasn't any money allocated for that unless maybe you cobble together something out of the coordinated funding. I can't really tell from what was talked about or written whether any of that's there. And we're left with $200,000 of a particular type of therapy, and I'm not going to argue whether therapy or art is better, but maybe you could just allocate $1 million instead of solar panels. and let the experts sort out how much of each? No, we didn't do that. The arts program was eviscerated. Now you've got 300,000, which was 1/8 of what was asked for, and it's only 60% of what the original allocation was. Let's look at the final recommendations and compare it to the public survey. The homeless transitioning received the highest overall score in the matrix. 86% of residents wanted it. The average allocation request was $1,350,000. It didn't get changed. It's still just $1 million. Why? That was the strongest recommendation by the public. Got ignored, completely ignored. In contrast, unarmed police response got less support, strong support, but less than that. Average budget request of $1.6 million got $3.5 million. These are completely inconsistent results. Vision Zero finished last in the matrix, only desired by 41% of survey respondents. And you talk about public engagement, some of you and some of the pieces were completely ignored, the public engagement that you got. So please, no more chatter about public engagement, okay? Unless you're actually going to listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Jaskiewicz, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hi, Adam Jaskiewicz here from Ward 4 again. I'll be brief. I just want to thank you for rejecting Amendment 4 on the ARPA funding, for eliminating the shuffling around the funding for the unarmed emergency response, the whatever that it's kind of a weird shuffling around of things, which was seemed pretty shady. So thank you for rejecting that, and thank you for not moving Amendment 1 to eliminate the UBI. And thank you for listening to the public on those items.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers with their, oh, I have one more. Caller with the phone number ending in 145, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. This council needs to find common ground. Maybe not common ground, but we definitely need to stop the conspiracies and the accusations of corruption. They don't exist. It's in your head. It's a waste of time. It's pitiful to watch. It's deeply frustrating that we waste so much time that could be spent on policy on baseless accusations. By the way, guy, cute posters, pat yourself on the back. This city deserves better. I know that you can do better. There are people on council who I would presumably call on my side who vote ways that I don't agree with. And, that doesn't mean that I'm alleging they're bought off. You as council members disagree with each other, and yet only one side of you, because there are two factions, alleges conspiracy and corruption. You don't have the spine to say it directly sometimes, but you say it. And more time needs to be spent both with council and the community alleging these wild conspiracies to just grow up and stop, because the city has real problems with real solutions and real facts and evidence and resources we need to actually hit initiatives, complete our goals, do what we feel is best for the city. And the conspiracy stuff is just, Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 047. Do you have a comment?
You are unmuted.
Good evening, this is Lisa Jackson, and I am calling for myself for a change, and I just wanted to say thank you. Trying to allocate these funds has been complicated. We've watched you wrestle with it tonight. One of the things I'm grateful for is the transparency, the city administrator's report detailing how decisions were made, how votes were taken into account, how council goals were taken into account in coming up with the final budget. Was very helpful, and we're looking forward to what happens next document. But I wanted to, especially regarding Amendment 4, I wanted to express my appreciation for Council Members Dish and Griswold and Grant and others, and especially Councilmember Song, who I know has been out talking to people about unarmed response. I believe, many of my fellow commissioners believe, and many of my other colleagues believe that this is a shot to really change Ann Arbor in many ways. And, as Councilmember Griswold talked about the lack of trust in council, I'm not sure it's that as much as that, we know that many people have designs on the marijuana excise tax dollars, and we just don't know that it's going to be there for unarmed response. So we're very grateful to you for making the full allocation today. Of course, we'd love to allocate, we'd love to lobby for some of the excise tax money to be used for ongoing operating costs, but we know that, those decisions will come in the general budget. So I just wanted to say thank you for struggling with Amendment 4, for funding unarmed response at the rate at which you did. And thank you for not gunning UBI or guaranteed income. That's not within the purview of Big Talk, but it was something that was personally important to me. So I just want to say thank you to all of you, to all of the work that all 11 of you have done. Many people are with me when we say that we appreciate the funding for unarmed response and your response to Amendment 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers on the line with their hands up.
There being no other callers with their hands up at this time, public comment is closed. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to quickly read from an email that we received, and it states that the nighttime and daytime shelters will be closing. I think they have already, and that there is a desperate need for certain items, including camping gear, tents, tarps, sleeping bags, blankets, gas stoves, and non-perishables, accessible food, and sanitary supplies. And these items can be dropped off at the Journey of Faith Christian Church at 1900 Manchester Road, Monday through Friday between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So again, I want to acknowledge all of the support that our social service agencies and nonprofits provide to the homeless population. We're increasing that support, but I don't think we'll ever be able to do enough. So thank you.
Further communication from council. We have a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Redina. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned.